Welcome, everybody. Nice to see a full house here today. This is a council meeting for the municipality of the County of Annapolis. We'll start with the roll call. District 1.
Bruce Prout.
District 2.
Ryan Pleasant-Donald.
District 3. Alan Parrish. District 4.
Floyd Burnham.
District 5.
Lynn Lomax.
District 6.
Alec Morrison.
District 7.
David Hudson.
District 8.
Michael Gunn.
District 9.
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10.
Brad Redden.
And District 11.
Diane Nivell.
Thank you, everyone. This morning we have on the agenda, the first item, we have a presentation from Ms. Sokolik from Granville Ferry with respect to speeding in her community. So we're going to start with that at the beginning. Ms. Sokolik, if you'd like to come forward. There's a seat over here.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the council and Granville County. I'm kind of excited to be here. I'm not new to Nova Scotia, but I am new to Granville Ferry. I bought this lovely little cottage on the water side, sight unseen during COVID, and had the pleasure of coming to see her when Canada let me cross the border. So here I am, and I'm going to speak loudly, firmly, and hopefully you will be helpful. The people of Granville tell me that they have lost hope in you. I hope not, because you know what? It's been many years that they have been fighting this issue of speed. Speed at 50. I'm sorry. I am here as the voice for the people of Granville Ferry. And concerning the horrendous speed that is happening on this road. Yesterday, I walked the road, the dangerous road. And I was coming along from North Street into the village. On the water side, I counted approximately 13 blind driveways. I happen to be one of the worst at 5374. These blind driveways can become a tragic outcome for someone. Mine is the worst. 5368, who is where a sweet little elderly lady lives with a motorized cart, is afraid to come out of her door because she has nowhere to go but onto the road. The cars do not stop. They do not slow down. She has had issues trying to get even halfway across the road. So anyways, listen, the road continues to 5324 when it straightens out to go to Granville Beach, where it becomes 80 kilometers an hour. I also drove this road yesterday at the posted 50 clicks, which is way too fast because of the closeness of the roads, the telephone poles, and residents are crossing over to try and get to the other side of the sidewalks. It's not happening. I've had to stop traffic to cross the road. The ferry people have been fighting this issue for years. This is now the new normal. We live in the new world where people have no respect for rules, signs, or people's well-being. The ferry people recently dealt with road rage. Somebody yelled out and said, slow down to this car that was coming by. They jammed on their brakes. He came out and said, what's your problem? She said, you're going too fast. He said, I'm only doing 68. 68? Come on, people, wake up. Okay, I've written this 3 times and it hasn't been easy because I want to be firm, but I also want to be a kind person and I want to be part of the community that makes Nova Scotia strong. And we need to make Nova Scotia strong. We need to make Granville Ferry strong. So, here we are. Recently, some people lost some house pets. Ferry residents tell me they're waiting for somebody to tragically die before you, our elected council, can do something to lower the speed to at least, maybe, we could look at 30 or 40. Think about it, guys. So anyways, have crosswalks with those little walking flags. You can also, what we really need is manpower. And the gentleman is sitting right here, Mike, who sat beside me. Manpower, yes. is not the RCMP, it's the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who are here and have been elected to serve and protect the people. And I know that the RCMP will protect the community, but they have to enforce daily by catching these reckless drivers of trucks, cars, logging trucks, milk trucks, dump trucks with trailers, buses who have no concern or responsibility for others who live here. This is not going to happen overnight, but you need to start now before the Annapolis County is faced with a possible tragedy that might be waiting in the wings and puts a black mark on the county of Annapolis. As a side note, I drove along Highway 1 from the bridge going into the lights on Prince Albert Road yesterday to St. George Street. That's a straight road. There are no blind driveways, but it's 50 clicks. How does that make sense when you're riding on a main Highway 1 and then you've got the Granville Road that is windy and curvy and everything else? So now I am going to be the voice of the people. We are going to enforce now. The province and the RCMP will step up and they will put somebody in the driveway. You all received letters and all the surveys that have been done over the years and the people that have written and everything else, how there was an RCMP officer who actually sat there for a while and he did a wonderful job by catching people and ticketing people. But then he got a promotion and he left town. That was a sad moment in that particular part of our world. So now we need Mike, your buddies, and we need you to enforce a new speed limit. We need either walking flags to cross, we need markers on the road to cross safely, we need stop signs, and we need a much lower speed. So, I will continue to speak for the people of Granville Ferry. So let's make Nova Scotia strong, and I want to thank my friends, my neighbors, and all the people that have supported me and my neighbors next door who took upon themselves to send out my letter that I wrote last June to all the people of the ferry. And I ask you, please, we're going to do it now. This is the new normal. This is the new world. We need to stand up and protect what we have. What we have is special. And we want to keep it special. We want to keep our ferry people happy and healthy. I got a letter last night, late in the darkness, from a little lady who's 78 years old. She said, "Hi, Sandy. Thank you for taking up the Granville Road speeding issue with council. I'm concerned because I live on the water side of Granville Road at a blind curve and no sidewalk. I'm 78 years old, so my walking speed is slower, and I use a mobility scooter. Each time I cross the road to get the sidewalk on foot or scooter, I feel like I'm taking my life in my hands. Why do people have to live with this kind of thing hanging over their head? You have to make this change, and it has to be now. Stop fiddling around. You can make it happen. And you're going to make it happen because you know what? You're not going to not hear from me again. But I do appreciate you giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sokolow. I'm pleased that you came to speak to the municipal government because municipal governments are the closest to the people and we're the easiest to reach. And I'm glad you came and you spoke to us. Unfortunately, the issue that you've raised, the speed limits and the regulation of the roads is by the Provincial Department of Transportation.
I know.
And the control and regulation of the speeding is by the RCMP, as you said.
Correct.
Regardless, that doesn't mean we're going to just say, well, you're at the wrong place, because you're not.
Correct.
We're here. We're going to listen to you.
Thank you.
We'll have a discussion around the table about what, if anything, we can do in the jurisdiction that we have. So I appreciate you coming and speaking to us. But before I ask the councillors to make any comments, I see Sergeant Maxwell here. Not to put you on the spot because you don't have to say anything, and I thank you for coming, but is there anything you'd like to say at this point?
The only thing that I would say is every year we develop an operational plan for how a county detachment is going to operate, what our priorities are. Normally, there would be some consultation in developing that plan with council or police advisory board meeting, communities within. As you're all aware, if you watch the news, there's a lot of demands on the police. And like everybody else, we suffer from human resourcing issues, and every industry in the world is suffering the same right now. So we can't do more with less, but if this is more important than some other things, I would be open to hear that from the council and from community groups, and we can adjust our priorities. But it can't just be, we will now do more solely in Granville Ferry, and then also be expected to do things in other places as well. It's a give and take. That's how we have to operate. I personally, I read the package that you emailed out, and I went and I spent probably 90 minutes in Granville Ferry, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I didn't come across any speeders. I do share, I probably personally share your opinion about speed limits. So right now on the road that I live in, our community is up in arms about speeding on our road. And from my experience, I've been watching the road, and to my trained eye, we don't have people on our street where I live who are speeding. But the speed limit on our street is too fast for the area. So somebody who's driving 50 when houses are close to the road, it seems that they're doing 80 or 100 because your kids are playing here and somebody's doing 50 right there. And I know from the stats there are speeders. And we know from our records that we've given speeding tickets in the area. So there are speeders. And as the council will discuss, this is the best place to bring your concerns, in my view. And though it might not be a level of government that can change speed limits, hopefully if they decide so, they can advocate on an hour and where we're at. And we can try to do better to be out there doing some speeding enforcement as well.
Everything is baby steps. Let's start somewhere.
Thank you, Sergeant Maxwell. I'll open it up to council now for any comments. Deputy Warden.
Thank you so much. I spend most of my time in Granville Ferry, and my dear mother-in-law has a property in Granville Ferry right on the turn, and she's got a driveway that's very blind as well. And I know the speeding problem we do have through there. Not everybody speeds. A lot of us are very conscious of what goes on there and the people living there. So what happens in the back street, a lot of people will take North Street rather than try to go through along the water. A lot of people do that because they can go a little faster. And what I have problems with in the back street is the sidewalk doesn't carry on there on North Street. As a matter of fact, there's quite a dangerous dip there at one spot. But the most I believe that we could probably do as the municipality, and we have before in communities where speeding becomes an issue, is the little solar powered signs that make people aware of their speed limit before they get to the community and get them to slow down. I'm sure that Department of Highways would probably let us, could be corrected, put another speed limit sign up coming into the ferry. I suppose the community or the municipality may be able to put a small sign up and say, please, think about where you're driving through. We need you to go slow. The speed limit through there at 50 kilometers an hour is a little bit too fast there, and right where people pick up their mail and are crossing the road, and where the community center is, where community hall is. That's a very tight corner. I actually have to scratch my head a lot of the times and query why anybody would want to live that close to the water and the rest of it, but people have their choices. and are free to make them. So the best that I believe that we could probably do is, or we did it years ago with the reflective signs. We had a couple of those in the county and they were getting moved around. Perhaps the municipality may well look at dedicating 2 of them to go on the poles on either end of the village to get people to make them aware to slow down. Other than that, I don't see our authority. I've had speed bumps suggested to me with it, and I don't think the Department of Infrastructure and Renewal is going to allow speed bumps to go in there. They would be the ones to solicit to get the speed limit reduced. We have no effect that way. And other than that, I thank you very much, and hope you know that we are aware of all of this, and that it has been on our sort of radar
Too long.
for a while, and that go to what we as a municipality, I'm sure. Thank you.
Councilor Longmire?
Thank you. I would first like to say thank you to the wonderful lady, Ms. Sokolik, for coming today and sharing what I think every one of us would probably want to share about our own communities. So it isn't only just Granville Ferry, it is each and every one of our communities are struggling. I know the attitude on the streets certainly have changed. As you had, and I would quote, new normal. It has become the new normal, and I think the RCMP are very much aware of that. I see wheelies happening with dirt bikes on roads where they don't have any privileges to drive. I see vehicles on the road who do not have permits, registration, tags. I'm seeing young people taking greater privileges, driving without license, because they know that the presence of the RCMP doesn't appear to be there. And I live on the north side of the mountain, facing St. John, and I know that the presence has changed drastically there. Fish trucks traveling enormous speeds, grown-up ditches, which I know is not part of our responsibility, but it is in essence all a complete package. When there's blind areas where corners where you can't have good visibility to make good choices, and trucks are parked in the middle of the road, 18-wheelers. It happened to me the other day at a fish plant. I had no idea that vehicle was there. I'm glad that it wasn't ice and snow. It's not reasonable. We need that regular presence. And I know that the human resource piece is huge. It is in almost every industry now. It's asking a lot to do more with less. I don't know what the answer is. I go back to electronic signs. I know how desensitizing seeing those signs are after a while. Even when they move them around, it only takes a couple of times you go by it. We're putting it together. We know that the presence isn't there. We can't expect electronic signs to to do what the physical presence of a RCMP or policing vehicle would have, and those lights, they mean business, right? I go back to the comment that Mike had made about preparing an operational plan and the consultation with greater groups to come up with, where we're going to go in the future. And I hope that that's something that we can start to go back to. I think that those are where those great conversations are going to be had. And I certainly have complete compassion for an overburdened system within the policing service. But I do know that our walkers, our children, dark roads at nighttime, people not wearing reflective clothing and I can't see them, and and then a speeding car coming up on me with these bright white lights that I don't understand why they have to be so white, and it's just passing on double lines. There doesn't appear to be the same rules applying today that did in years past. So thank you.
Councilor Bardo?
Thanks for the presentation. My stinks
start with that I am your elected official for District 4, which includes Granville Ferry. 2 years ago, there was a group that was very concerned, and they asked me to join some Zoom meetings. There was several levels of transportation infrastructure involved. There was RCMP. There was the people that should be responsible for the policing and speeding and the enforcement. Following that, there was a couple meetings, and following that, I had not heard anything from anybody for 2 years. I don't live over there, and the times I'm through there, I'm not going to experience those times when the speed takes place. Don't be shy about reaching out to contact me. I think that there's been a problem. There may be some roadblocks along the way, and asking about who's responsible for looking at this, what do we do. I have some thoughts or opinions that I could render, but I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time. But just recently, only a day or two prior to your information coming to the council agenda, that blog got a hold of me and said that, yeah, we're still having problems, and that was the first I've heard since 2 years ago. So I guess don't drop the ball, and it doesn't sound like you're going to. So I appreciate your efforts. You put a lot of effort in, put your help on the facts, and maybe we can come to some positive resolution of this. The problem I see was, so I wasn't going to get into weeds, but I'll just make a couple comments. Speeding signs, speed limit signs, changing those like to 50 to 40, whatever. Is that really going to solve the problem? They're not paying attention to the speed limit signs now, or are they going to pay attention to new signs? Unless they're ticketed or other. Some of the solar-powered digital signs have proven in other areas in town of Annapolis and Bridgetown, Middleton, St. Paul. And I found that myself. I'm coming into the town and the light flashed a little bit, or I said, oh yeah, go. So I need to slow down. That doesn't lie. There's probably still going to be people ignore it, but I think that could solve a lot of the issues, without going to extremes, hopefully. But people are people. You're going to get the ones that figure that they don't apply the rules. The rules don't apply to them. So how do you resolve that? And if there's problems, on the serious nature that comes out of it, it's that irresponsible person that's going to bend the rules no matter what. Probably going to be right. So how do you deal with that? It's not a perfect world, but we should try to push towards some of the solutions that's going to change the existing issues and towards the positive side. So keep me in the loop if you want to talk. Call me anytime. Thank you.
I see a hand at the back, but we're not recognizing people from the public in this, so did arrange for to speak to us. So I hand up to council. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'd just like to say I agree with the comments that my fellow councillors have made in this regard. Speeding definitely is a problem, and how we're going to address it in the future will not be easy. But I just want to make bring one fact forward, I guess, from the discussions that have been made, and simply is that it's a two-way street. Well, I'll use that term, okay? I know the community that I live in, you have the situation where there perhaps the signage coming into town that it's either a digital sign or a physical sign that's there, right? But there's also a problem with speeding going out of town. And I think that is perhaps as important as the speeding that occurs from people coming into town. There's nothing in my community that would tell people, I don't even know if there's even signage that are on the streets on a non-outgoing basis that say what the speed limits are. So I just want to bring that one little point forward. Thank you.
Councillor Connor?
Thank you for your presentation. We have the issue in every community across our county, and our county is fairly large. And I hear what the RCMP Constable has to say is that personnel sometimes is the problem and stuff like that. Again, it's hard to cover our whole county. Because again, every community is having issues with speeders. Sometimes it's the noise of the vehicle. I don't always agree that they're speeding. I live on a crest of a hill, and I could request the same thing as an officer could sit there day in and day out, because certain times of day people come and they throttle up to walk that hill, and they go by, maybe they get a little bit louder muffler. So it sounds like they're going a heck of a lot of speed. Some of the little crotch rocket motorcycles sound like they're sifting, but you look out, they're really not going that fast. Sounds like it, but it isn't. One of the concerns I have is that in my area, is that I have a local area there that has a nice little straight stretch, and it's been well known for decades for a little racing strip. And the concern I have is that some of the citizens that come to me and say, boy, something's going to happen, someone's going to get killed. I remind them they were young, and it's not only young people. I remind them that they were young once too, and that, geez, I can remember you being down there on a Friday night with your car and they're drag racing with me. So I have compassion to not blame everyone for speeding. I just got another brand new truck. I've got a 66 Chev truck. I get in that 66 Chev truck and I can go down the road, and at 60 miles an hour you think you're in an aircraft. I can jump in that brand new truck, and at 140 I'm saying, oh my God, I'm speeding. The quality of vehicles that are on the road today allow for speeds to be gained. I'm sure everyone in this room can say they've looked down and say, oh my gosh, I'm over the speed limit. Is it correct? Is it something that should be allowed to be happen? No, we have speed limits and we should follow them. 50 is probably the lowest speed limit you'll see in most of Nova Scotia. I don't even know where any other lower speed limit even exists. So I am very passionate about your concerns. I'm passionate because my own communities that I represent have the same issues. And I'm passionate with the RCMP that they can't be everywhere all the time. But I have an issue with, a lot of times, I don't want speeders to go by my house, but is it okay for me to speed by your house? That's the issue that I live with, because it is very easy to go over the speed limit. You travel the 101, and I'm sure the RCMP will best do it, is that if you're doing 100 kilometers an hour, you're probably going to pretty near get run over. If you don't go up with the speed limit, you're going to be passed. A lot of times I go out on the 101, I see someone driving 80, and I say, why aren't they on the number 1? to get off the highway. This is a highway to get from point A to point B. There's all kinds of issues everyone lives with being on the roads today. And my main concern is the safety of the public and especially our youth. But we also have to realize that the RCMP can't be in one area all the time. I worked for transportation for 30 years. I can tell you the snowplow probably most times is speeding to what the speed limit is. Sometimes it's because if you don't go that speed, you're not going to get the snow off the road. New pavement encourages speed. There's all kinds of issues that encourage people to go a little bit faster. So when you get a new stretch of road, no matter if it's windy or whatever, if it's nice and smooth, people seem to up their speed a little bit. It's a little rough, they'll slow down. So there's a lot to think about when you consider speed limits and what's good for one or what's good for all. Everyone has the right to use those roads. Everyone pays gas tax. Those truckers that haul down through those little narrow streets deserve to be there as much as anyone else. And it's very hard to regulate a consistent speed limit that everyone will follow because everyone has different ideas about the safety of it. But I am very glad that you brought your request forward because if the county's going to work on anything, we hopefully will be working county-wide because this is not just Granville Ferry's issue. It's all across our county. Thank you.
Councilor Sheridan?
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Sandy for bringing this forth and a great presentation and all the residents that came today and the RCMP officer. In my district, I also, just last week, I had a gentleman drive into my yard and he said, look, I'm getting ready to move because I can't handle the speeding anymore. They're doing burnouts in front of my home. He said something has to be done. So I think it's just not in Granville Ferry. It is county-wide. And I'm just wondering if it brings to the point where now we need a motion to send it to the Police Advisory Board. We do have a situation in all counties. I don't believe they've met in 2 years, probably due to COVID. But I'm just wondering if we could start there.
I can tell you that I'm going to, when I speak, I'm going to suggest a notice of motion that I intend to bring an issue relating to this to the Committee of the Whole next week or next month. And why don't you do the same? Bring up a motion for what you want to do, and I'm going to talk about the flashing signs is what I'm going to talk about, and we can move forward together at the same time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilor LeBlanc?
And I agree, and at this time, as you know, we are having to choose as councillors what committees we wish to be on. So the nominating committee is going to be working on that, so that will be resolved after we have our choices made from the charts that we've been given from Ms. Atwell. So we certainly have our new committees to set up, which is what we're doing now. So we'll go from there, and then we can have the suggestions brought to the members of the board. And I'd like to say thank you for everyone coming out. And we certainly understand that there is an issue. There is no doubt about it. And I also like to thank the police officer for being here, Dr. Maxwell. And I know that from his passionate, kind words, he knows where we're at. He knows how we're doing. Everybody's feeling the crunch. We will certainly, as far as I'm concerned, as a council, do our best to be helpful in these scenarios that are being put in front of us. And the drivers will have to comply with whatever is going on. But as you know, there's always the few that always do something else. We can't all stop them. And sad as that may sound, it is a fact. So thank you again for coming, and we'll be looking at it.
Councilor Pratt?
Thank you. You'll get tired of us all thanking you for coming, but I do want to say that. My district is the opposite part of the county, up against the Kings County line, as is Councillor Voss, and it's everywhere. Not to take anything away from your presentation, I'm thinking ahead of people on one street, not this past spring, but a year ago, and you'll be pleased to know Kingston Detachment was responsible for looking after that. I'm talking to the member, and they came and they were approached and got lots of calls. And could they set there? Could they put a speed trap up? And you couldn't do this, you couldn't do that. So I sat in a parking lot at the end of the street for parts of 4 days. I saw 3 speeders during that time. But when you have small children, or if you're someone dealing with mobility issues, as has been mentioned, if you hear a loud vehicle approaching, and I think it was Councillor Connell who said they're giving it the gas to get it up over a hill, and you live at the crest of the hill. And by the time they get there, it seems like they're going, I guess I better be careful how I phrase this. They're going too fast is probably the best way. And I've driven through Granville Ferry, to get to visit relatives further down by Port Royal, or down by the habitation. And I'm amazed at the narrowness of the streets and how close, and the winding nature. I mean, and I'm sure when things were built, and I really like the old picture from a long time ago. I thought, okay, that makes sense. If you go down further in Barton and places along the highway in Digby County and so on, houses are right up to the edge of the road, and it's like a perfect storm of what is leading to this issue. I agree. We're looking at our new assignments for the next 2 years, and I think it's been mentioned the Police Advisory Board hasn't met for a while, and that may be a way to move this forward. And I know, as has been said, we have a big geographic area to cover. Our personnel are, for a number of reasons, aren't always available to follow up on issues like this. And it's like so many of the other issues that face us as a community and as a council. I don't have the answer, but we're willing to look and see what we can do. And thank you again. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Redmond?
Well, thank you very much for the presentation by both the residents and the member of the RCMP. Somewhere in my package, and I couldn't find where I read it, it indicated that the lowest speed limit in the province for provincial roads is 50, which I was surprised by. But it also indicated that sidewalks were a municipal responsibility. Not sidewalks, sorry, crosswalks.
Did you say 50 or 15?
50. 50, I
couldn't hear for the machine.
Yeah, that's understandable. Where was I there? And that crosswalks were a municipal responsibility. This surprised me. So I'd be very interested in taking crosswalks up. They're not exactly the issue, but they are akin to the issue, and they can. I know I tend to slow down when I see crosswalks, but although it's not relevant to Granville Ferry, it strikes me that we own all the roads in Bridgetown, and we could reduce the speed limit there with something that the residents and we felt like doing. I guess what I'm trying to say is we have a few very limited tools that we can deploy in the county, and I think it needs some good study and expertise that's well beyond mine, but we could, there are a few options. I guess I'll stop there.
Okay. Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. I don't want to be the odd person out. First, everything everybody else said. Second, in Cornwallis Park, we have a strip that's about a kilometer long. The speed limit is 50. 3 or 4 years ago, a fellow phoned me and said, "You got to do something about that damn speed limit." And I said, "What would you suggest, 40 or 30? No. I just paid a multi-$100 fine. I think it should be 80. Residents of Cornwallis Park and business people of Cornwallis Park, for convenience and of necessity, have to cross Highway 1 many, many times. And so the county put in a crosswalk. And it's used by the majority of people. Every once in a while, people will cross without pressing the button. However, down the road a little bit, 25 meters, is an unofficial crossing spot at the crest of a hill. And people regularly cross there instead of going to the crosswalk and crossing there. And if we are going to do anything about speeding, on the list, I think, has to be a program of public education. I have every sympathy with the RCMP. We know how many we have, we know the size of the county, and we know where things happen. And they can't be everywhere. And I don't know how they choose where they are at a specific time, but I'm happy I don't have that responsibility. Thank you.
Well, I think everyone has spoken other than me, so I'll take my shot at it and then we'll call it a day. I completely sympathize with what you're looking at in Granville Ferry. Granville Ferry is a little different than the other places in the county. It's very tight, windy, houses close together, no sidewalks. It's different. I can tell you, I represent the district that's the north part of Bridgetown goes over to the Bay of Fundy. And I get complaints about people coming down Church Street. It's 80 kilometers an hour, and then it goes, before you get to Mountain Lee, where there's a lot of people with various accessibility problems, it drops down to 50. And a lot of people don't slow down by the time they get there because it's going downhill, it's good pavement, and you don't really know how fast you're going. It seems normal. So Granville Ferry is not alone, but I think Granville Ferry is different. And I think when you come into the towns, the town areas, I think it's different. Now, there's really not a lot, as I've said and the others have said, that the municipality can do. I see that you have had communications with the Department of Transportation. I hope something can be worked out on that front. What can we do? Speed bumps aren't going to work in a community like that, particularly in the wintertime. You'll get picked up by the plows. So the thing that I'm left with are those flashing signs that give you the speed that you're going in and out of. I see one going in, one going out of Granville Ferry. Now, I find, because there's one in Bridgetown, which I go into every day, that I look at them, and I look at how fast I'm going, and I do slow down. I think there's two types of speeders, I'll call them. One are the ones that aren't thinking about it, and they're just going 80, and they just kind of cruise down, and they end up going 70 in the 50. The others are the ones that we're never going to control, and they're going to do whatever they want, whenever they want. But my guess is that I'll call them the unconscious speeders are probably 80 or 90%. Okay, and the other 10% we're not going to do it. But we are going to be able to, I think, effect those 80, 90% by having those radar signs. So I'll tell you that I intend at the next committee of the whole meeting, which is in 2 or 3 weeks from today, to bring a motion to this council that we explore purchasing those speed signs for Granville Ferry and possibly also other places in the county. So what will happen is that when I'm giving notice of motion that I'm going to bring it now, I will file the motion according to our procedure. In the meantime, I'm hoping that the staff will find out how much they cost, if we're going to buy them, where we're going to get the money from, because municipalities work on a budget. Also, whether or not we can actually put them there, or whether the Department of Transportation has to say on it. So there's a lot of things to think about. So I'm telling you that as a councillor, I'm going to bring that motion at our next meeting, and we'll see where it goes. So thank you for your presentation. Okay. So we'll move along with our meeting. You're free to stay and watch all the excitement, or you can leave if you want.
I'm going to see if I can catch these people.
Got a sense of humor.
The CAO wishes to say something.
So I'll just mention for lobby construction, as you can see, it's going on really well. We did make efforts to pick quieter things for today. We got rid of, really pounding noises. I guess I should have listed circular saw too. They have 1 or 2 more cuts to do, so we'll hear it a couple of times, and then that should be it. So.
Okay, we'll go back to the agenda. The next is if anybody has a disclosure of interest. Seeing none, we'll move along to approval of the agenda. There's, I've got one item, Deputy Warden, and I'll get to you. I sent around the response from the Minister of Environment and Climate Change with respect to the aerial spraying, and I just wanted to read that publicly. And so we'll put that under new business 6.8, the response from the Minister. Deputy Warden?
Well, I was just going to move to approve the agenda.
Oh, I see. Anybody else have any changes to the agenda? Right here. Oh, sorry, Councillor Redmond.
Could we add personnel in camera?
You want to add what do we have here in camera?
Just
we have municipal property legal advice. Okay. Personnel matters. Yeah. Let's see. Anything else, Council? Councillor Barton.
On the agenda, but I'm not sure if anybody else is bothered by it, but I'm getting it from the cold air coming. It seems to hit. I can talk about it if the rest of the council is good with it, but it's not really.
It's Councillor Sheridan.
Why is everybody looking at me? I'm under a bed. I'm cool, but I always wear a sweater and I have a jacket. I'm fine, but if others are bothered by it, I have no problem turning it down. Either way.
I'm okay. But if you're uncomfortable, then we'll change it. How about that?
Well, maybe if you change it, other people will be uncomfortable.
Well, if
That's a good point.
it gets too warm, somebody else will speak up.
There you go.
We'll take it down.
We'll go with that.
Closing the doors affects whatever the temperature is and makes it be the other way.
Exactly.
So when we close the doors to cut down on the noise, so maybe the doors could be back open, and that might help regulate the noise.
No. It'll change everything.
Okay, any other changes to the agenda or points of order? Seeing none, then Deputy Warden, if you want to move.
Sure. I approve that the minutes of the regular session of council.
We need the approval of the agenda as
Oh,
amended,
sorry.
I thought so.
Yeah, move to approve the agenda as circulated,
Yeah, as amended.
Yes.
as amended.
Seconder, Councilor LeBlanc, discussion. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Next, Deputy Warden.
Yes, sir. 4.1, approval of the council minutes. That the minutes of the regular session of council held September 27th, 2022 be approved as circulated.
Second, Councilor Prado. Discussion. You see pages turning, so I'm just gonna wait a minute. Okay, I think I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Now we go to the committee of the whole recommendations.
5.1 AM, 1.4.15 dangerous and unsightly premises policy. That municipal council remove section 5.2 from the AM-1.4.15 dangerous and unsightly premises policy.
Is there a second for that? Councilor Sheridan seconds. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried.
5.2 SR 2022-110 Macbeth's Grooming and Kennel Boarding. Application to amend development agreement for 10301 Highway 201 Meadowvale, PID 05292347. That municipal council consider the application submitted by Harry Wilson, dated September 28, 2022, to amend the development agreement for Macbeth's Grooming and Kennel Boarding to allow the future expansion of the business and adopt a public participation process involving the referral of the application to the East End Area Advisory Committee and Planning Advisory Committee, PAC, for their review and recommendation, and hold a PAC-sponsored public meeting near the community of Meadowvale on Wednesday, November 16th, 2022 at 7 p.m. at Rivers Community Hall, 41 Messenger Road, Torbrook Mines.
Councilor LeBlanc seconds.
Yes, and I'd also like to say that it should read Three Rivers Community Hall at the end there.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried.
5.3.
Point of order. We have not yet changed the council policy, so all our motions are supposed to be passed at once. It's a consent. The way our policy currently reads is that we have consent of the committee of the whole motions. We are changing that today.
Yeah.
But we have not yet changed it.
Yeah, you're right. I get it.
Probably being a little pedantic, but that is how it reads.
Okay, well, even if we approve that now, would that affect what we do? We could move to 5.9. If I could get a change in the order of the day to move to 5.9, and we approve that and come back to where we were.
Does it really matter at that point?
Well, otherwise, Councilor Redden is correct. Technically, we would have to have one motion to approve all of these unless some council member wants to pull one out and speak to it separately. So those are the two options. We could do them all at once and let councilors pull out what they want, or we could move to 5.9 and then do them individually. Can I ask the clerk if it matters to her?
It doesn't matter to me. I did, because part of my explanation was that it's almost impossible for staff to track motions that are not separated out. So I did, yes, jump ahead and separated them out ahead of that being approved.
So I guess if you want to do them separately, if it's easier for you, we should have a motion to amend the order of the day to go to 5.9, see if that passes, and go back to where we were. Well, I think Councilor Redden, did you want to say something further? Or?
No, I was going to second that.
Okay, Councilor LeBlanc moves to change the order of the day to move to 5.9, committees of council and council meetings. Councilor Redden seconds the motion. Is there discussion on that? Councilor Collins?
Yes, I wasn't here for the discussion at committee of the whole, but changing our council day back to the 3rd.
If I could interrupt you, Councilor Collins. Right now on the table is just to change the order of the day. If it's changed, then we'll get to 5.9 and then you can speak.
I thought you were asking.
So the motion is just to change the order of the day at this point? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. So we've changed the order of the day. We now have 5.9. Deputy Clerk, would you put that on the floor?
Yes, sir. 5.9 SR 2022-14 AM 1.2.0 Committees of Council and Council Meetings Procedure Policy Amendment. That Municipal Council amend AM-1.2.0 Committees of Council and Council Meetings Procedure Policy as follows. Article 3, change 4th to 3rd. Article 12, change council agenda from committee of the whole to consent to committee of the whole recommendations. That's very odd. Change the definition for committee of the whole, consent to committee of the whole recommendations. All recommendations discussed and debated at committee of the whole will be brought forward to council as individual recommendations for decision by council.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Hudson seconds. Councilor Connor, would you wish to speak to that?
Yes. My concern is that we, over the years of being here, we've drugged things on and on and on because we've asked for reports to be brought to us from committee and whole to council. Quite often, we don't get those reports. And I'm fine. It doesn't matter to me. We have them both same day. I'm fine with moving it back to the 3rd month. But if I find that staff is not giving us our answers and coming up that is too short, I'm going to revisit it to go back out for 4. Because too many times around this table, we've asked for something to be done, we've asked for answers, and we come to council and, it's too short, we didn't have time, we couldn't get the information. I'm all done with excuses. I'm fine to go back to 3, but if it's not working, I'll be the first one to stand up and say we need to go out to 4. Because committee of the whole is for us to discuss our issues, put forth recommendations, ask for staff to bring stuff to us, and if there's not enough time in that 1 week, it needs to change. We need the answers. This dragging things on for months and months and months is getting ridiculous. So, all I'm saying is that it's fine to go back to 3. If I see it's not working, you will hear from me again.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor saying yes?
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried. I think we're now back to 5.3.
5.3, SR 2022-11, Queen Street Project, additional funding. That municipal council approved the transfer of a maximum of $175,000 from the Canada Community Building Fund, CBCBF, formerly the gas tax, in relation to the budget overage for the Queen Street infrastructure project.
Councillor Hudson, seconds. Discussion? Councillor Conlon?
Just so it's on record, because I know the individual that asked me and sent me the email will probably be watching this session of the council. And the question that was asked was why they put the little dips and the little pieces of curb back out into the street. It is a resident from the town of Bridgetown, and they were quite disgusted that somebody designed, I won't use the words he used, but he thought it was very ridiculous that we would narrow that street up and cause grief there. Last thing that was brought to my attention from another resident that it's too narrow, the big trucks can't even down through it. I kind of took a glance in this morning when I went by. The curb is very low now. The indents that come out into the street, and they're not going to have some kind of a signage. I'm sure you'll see spoilers underneath the new cars laying there to heat, because the first thing someone will drive down not paying attention to drive right over. Those are the issues that were brought forth to me, and I didn't have the answers for the guy, and I'm sure that I see the pavement's down, so it's not going to change. Thank you.
I'll see if there's a response from staff with respect to the issue that you raised, Councillor Connell.
Jim, do you want to answer? You know the street design best.
First of all, the reason those bump outs were lowered was for accessibility issues, so that wheelchairs can truly move across, so people with accessibility and walking issues. And I believe that the separation distance between the curbs is about 12 feet, so there's lots of room for a tractor trailer to get down through it. It's meant to be a slow street, and that's why the bump outs are there. But we did have a public meeting, and public input was sought with the design and the design engineers and the layout. And none of that was brought to the table at that time.
Thank you. Any other comments with respect to the motion on the floor? Councillor Sharon?
So, 175,000 overage. Just for clarification for the public, could we have an explanation of why it was up over 175, please?
I believe, go back to my, it was for the cleanup that was unscheduled, the oil tank that we had under the street, some extras in order to complete the connection at Granville Street. And we started adding up all those extras. I want to make sure we haven't finalized the project, that we had enough money to finish the project. So I don't come back to council. If we don't spend the 175, the money goes back into the gas tax.
Thanks for the explanation.
For the benefit of the public, as Councillor Sheridan said, could you expand on the oil tank that was found and what it cost?
Yes. Well, yes, and that reminds me of one of the things to address when Councillor Sheridan asked me a question. Yes, when we were excavating the street, we found an old oil tank that appeared to have kerosene oil in it under the middle of the street. And as a result, the project stops. We call an environment, they do an assessment, we get proper contractors in, consultant in to do the full cleanup, haul material away, haul the tank away. They come back and assess again, make sure all the soil's removed that was contaminated, and then we fill it in and carry on with other business. So when you add up everything, it would have been, it's over 100,000 for just that. So, to the other point, when we were digging up the street and the sidewalks, we found pickouts or loading areas for old buildings and the basements. So years ago, they must have had lifts under the sidewalks or steel coverings where proprietors would take supplies into the basement right off the street, and those are just covered over with concrete sidewalk. But now that we're building a new street, knowing it's safe, we can't allow that to take place. They had to put new walls in, we had to fill all that in, and that added to, I think we came across 3 of those that wasn't budgeted.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I'm going to comment.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me. Was that connected to a property? Does responsibility fall on someone for that, or does it just become our responsibility?
It becomes our responsibility because there was no line directly. It went under the sidewalk, but it stopped there. So it didn't connect up to anything that we were aware of.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried.
5.4.
Yep.
Non-paving aspects, parking lot, Granville Street, Bridgetown funding. That municipal council approved $25,000 to complete non-paving aspects of the parking lot next to the former town hall to come from the sale of the former town hall property.
Second, Councillor Hudson?
No, I don't second.
He won't second it, okay. Councillor Hudson, seconds, discussion?
Yes.
Councillor Hudson.
If I may.
Sure.
I would like to make an amendment to that motion, and my amendment is that the last sentence to come from the Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF.
So you would remove the words "to come from the sale of the former town hall property" and replace those words with what you just said.
That's right.
Which formerly was known as gas tax. Formerly was known as gas tax.
Yeah, which was known as gas tax, correct.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? Deputy Warden seconds. Discussion? Councillor Hudson, do you want to expand?
Yes, I will. Part of the meeting, I handed out, and I believe everyone has a copy of it, a copy of the order of dissolution, and as that came from the UARB. I pulled this out of the Rural Gazette, as you see from the top on the first page. And I'm not going to go into this very much. There's only really 3 small paragraphs that I'll refer to. And I'll firstly go to the second page, the one that's at the bottom left-hand corner. It says 230. And I highlighted it in your thing. And it says, whereas the town, the municipality, and the province executed a letter of intent on November 8th, 2014, which was filed with the board on the same date and is attached to this order as Schedule A. So what you have there in front of you is basically 2 documents that are basically put into one, okay? I will flip the page and I will read paragraph 11, which says, during the next 10 years, the proceeds from the sale of any real or personal property owned by the town at the time of dissolution shall be held in a special reserve as set out in the letter of intent and can be used only for purposes associated with the former town. Now, just make a point, if you look at 232, you can see at the bottom there, that is where the letter of intent comes in. But I will now go to page 234, which is part of the letter of intent. And 4.0, sale of town-owned assets, and the sub item to that, 4.1. The municipality agrees that the proceeds from the sale of any real or personal property within the town during the next 10 years will be held in a special reserve and can be used only for purposes associated with the former town and catchment area, and, as permissible under legislation, to be used for debt retirement of the town. What I read from the dissolution order and what I read from the letter of intent, for all intents and purposes, are basically the same, with the exception that in the order, there's no reference to using the funds for debt reduction. Okay? And what I want to do in both of those paragraphs, and I want to highlight this to everyone, it reads, and this is identical in both paragraphs, and can be used only for purposes associated with the former town. Those words are identical in the order and the intent. And I guess I'm making this amendment basically from the perspective that putting money into the parking lot wouldn't have been a purpose of the former town of Bridgetown. The town of Bridgetown basically was insolvent, and I don't think they had any intentions or plans to invest money into that parking lot of any type. I will also mention the fact that, to my knowledge, any work that has been completed on that parking lot has all been done subsequent to 2019, which is 4 years out from the time of dissolution. So, thank you.
Comments? Councilor Bardo?
I might need clarification from the history and the files as to timing and everything. I'm not up to speed on that, so I can't really comment, other than the fact that the parking lot, once the old urban dredge was tore down and cleaned up, became a parking lot for the town, and that was prior to dissolution. And so therefore, in my mind, it does qualify, because in the meantime, the county, since the county has put extra money into that to further develop that parking lot, which was used as a parking lot prior to that, to make it more in line or functional. So personally, that's my point of view, is that whether it was just a third parking lot without curbs, or whether it was still used as a parking lot prior to dissolution. So I think that money could be used for that purpose. That's from my point of view.
Councilor Connell?
Well, because it was pointed out prior, and I had some thoughts on it, and I really was thinking that I was hoping that the funding from the sale of the town hall property could be used for different than that, fixing up the parking lot. But then when we got $175,000 overage on Queen Street, it kind of brought me back to perspective is that we spent a lot of the county's gas tax in the former town on Queen Street. And now we're 175, could be up to $175,000 overage. And so I think if this parking lot needs to be finished off, taking $25,000 out of the town hall property money probably isn't a bad thing.
Anybody else? Councillor Sheridan?
I was going to say the same thing with the overage on Queen Street with 175,000, and then you're taking another 25,000 on a gas tax. We do have 11 districts, and it seems like all the gas tax, in my opinion, is headed towards Bridgetown. So I'm definitely against the amendment. I will be voting to take the 25 out of the sales of the building. Thank you.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I want to commend Councillor Hudson for bringing this to our attention, because it's one of a type of discussion that I like. And in 4.1 it says, can be used only for purposes associated with the former town. It does not say can only be used for purposes that were listed by the former town as requiring attention. And so I think that the positions of Councillor Connell and Councillor Sheridan are the correct ones in this circumstance. Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. And it's been brought up by already 3 councillors, so I do tend to agree that it should, I won't be voting for that amendment. It should be coming out of the money of the sale of the town hall. Thank you.
Councillor Longmire?
Yes, thank you. Again, I agree with the other councillors that have already spoken. I'm better informed as a councillor about these two points, 5.3 and 5.4. And without this, I thank Councillor Hudson for bringing it. It helps me make my decision. I would be voting against the amendment.
Anybody else? Councillor Crowe?
Thank you. It's just, I read this over and I saw the highlighted part, and David, bringing it forward does clarify things in one respect, and yet I'm going to be voting against it. I'm sorry, Councillor, that's rather than David. But thank you for bringing it forward. I tend to agree that the parking lot and the changes and upgrades to it will certainly be a benefit, I think, to the town, and therefore, given that rationale, I'll be voting against the amendment. But I do thank the diligence that you brought forward to bring this to our attention. So, thank you.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Well, I agree with Councillor Hudson's point. Yes, it's kind of black and white there. It can be used only for purposes associated with the former town. I don't know what the timeline was with that old gas station over there and when exactly the former town of Bridgetown might have taken that property. I don't know what that timeline is. But in light, I have to agree with the other councillors that we were just stuck with the big gas tax bill to, finish this work on Queen Street. And in light of that, another $175,000 owed to go to our gas tax. In the last few years, we have put a lot of money out of our gas tax towards Bridgetown. But I agree with the point that Councillor Hudson makes. I'll be voting against the amendment just because I know that, municipalities sometimes can juggle things around, and council has a certain amount of authority, and I believe that we, because of the $175,000 extra in the Queen Street, I really don't think that $25,000 for paving that lot is gonna, and it's in the same light, I'm all for taking that money from the sale of the former town hall and putting it towards the debt, not getting it soaked up in a bunch of projects, right? So this would be the only time that I'd be interested in taking from that money and not putting it towards the debt. I hope that makes sense. I'll be voting against the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Reddy?
So, initially, I was very much against this amendment. I hadn't anticipated quite what Councillor Hudson's thrust of his argument was going to be. And I want to phrase it a little bit differently than the way Councillor Morrison did. But it's essentially the same point, in that we're looking at the town as the area, or town as a corporate body. He's sort of interpreting it as the purposes associated with the former town of the corporate body. And I didn't really agree with that interpretation at first, because the 4.1 says town and catchment area. When I went back to page 1, order of dissolution, the very first paragraph under that, it says, whereas the town of Bridgetown, brackets town. So, just following along here, that to me kind of reads like it is, when town is referred to, it refers to the corporate body. So, I mean, this is $25,000. It's not a lot of money as a capital expenditure goes. I am reading this here, kind of inclined to say to go with the amendment. But that's in large part because it doesn't really make a difference. We know from reports from staff that we're going to spend a lot of money in Bridgetown coming up. We're definitely going to go through what comes out of that, the old town hall there. So when we take the 25,000 out now or later is sort of arbitrary. But I certainly don't think I know enough to interpret this very solidly in one direction or the other. So, I'll go along with the amendment for now, because why not?
Anyone else? I'll be voting against the amendment, reluctantly. Let me first explain a little bit about the document that you've got in front of you. Councillor Hudson was kind enough to discuss this with me over the weekend. The letter of intent is the document that the Old Town of Bridgetown, the County of Annapolis, and the provincial government put together to what they could agree on with respect to the dissolution. It was the letter of intent. So it went to the UARB, and then the UARB order is the operative document. And for the sake of clarity, they attached the letter of intent, but the letter of intent is really not operative. It's the order from the UARB that's operative. And for some reason, as you can see, the UARB took out the requirement, and I read it as a requirement, that the money from the sale of the assets of the former town be used for debt retirement. And the order was only that it had to be in relation to purposes associated with the former town.
And catchment area.
And catchment area. And I read that as geographical, I guess, for lack of a better word, that is similar to what Councillor Morrison has explained. So the $25,000 to me meets the test. It is associated for a purpose associated with the former town and catchment area, and therefore it qualifies with respect to using the money from the sale for the parking lot. However, I have to tell you, my first thought when this came up at Committee of the Whole was, gee, I wish we could use that money for something else other than the parking lot, I have to tell you. And then I thought, well, $25,000, not the end of the world, but I don't want that rest of that money eaten away. I would like to see it go to debt retirement, because that would have the effect of reducing the special rate in Bridgetown, which is based in part on the amount of the debt that's left. So that's what I'd like to see it for. But when I heard Councillor Connell today point out that, we just spent $175,000 from gas tax, I'm thinking, my goodness, you know what? I was hoping nobody was going to say take the $175,000 from the sale of the town hall. Okay. So I think this is a good compromise to take the $25,000 and spend it on the parking lot, $25,000 from the sale of the town hall. So that's why I'm against the amendment, and I'll be in favor of the motion if the amendment doesn't pass. Councillor Morrison?
If I may, I remember distinctly the lady who came to council and made a proposal concerning that land where the Irving station was. And I remember her name today, and I forget it.
Mrs. Price.
Mrs. Price.
And she made a very good presentation. And on behalf of the citizens of Bridgetown and the catchment area, and everything that she asked for has not been realized, but a great deal has. And then the next thing she did was to go to work on landscaping, etc., at the Bridgetown hub. So this is very, very much a Bridgetown resident generated project.
Councillor Redmond? Do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. So this is me not knowing enough to have an opinion, so I have a question there. You said the order of dissolution is the important document and the letter of intent is the lesser of the two documents? Correct. So the catchment area is only mentioned in the letter of intent. Correct. Not in the order of dissolution. Correct. Which I think lends to it being town being incorporated as the body corporate, not the town, the physical area.
I read it as just it's the boundaries of the old town rather than see the catchment area. When I read that, you realize that the Bridgetown water supply, the new well, is on Church Street. That's not in the old town. That would be in the catchment area.
Right.
So by not putting in the words catchment area, it seemed to restrict it to just the
physical boundary.
Yeah, that's my view. Councillor Bardo?
Just one small point. If we do proceed with any monies from any sales, and it states that and to be put in a special reserve. It's not just Bridgetown. So at the regional Bridgetown Town Hall, all that money's supposed to go in a special reserve fund. Any of those appropriately designated items of sale. But I'd like a clarification on if we were to go any further with debt retirement with the town. It says as permissible under legislation. I'd like to get that item clarified for me instead. What does that mean? It's pretty specific, so I'm just begging its way driven as to what that means. It is permissible under legislation. What legislation can, dictate under that legislation permissibilities?
I don't think anybody around the table can answer that question sitting here today, but I will make the comment that that's from the letter of intent, whereas the operative document is the order of dissolution where those words are not found.
So it's interesting that they're all part of the same titles, and that same paragraph is both, except for that one has that item added to it only in that location, which is interesting.
Yeah, it is confusing. I agree with you. Councillor Hudson, to close the debate?
Yes, I'd just like to make one more comment just on what you just said, Warden. You said that the order is the operative document.
That's what I did, yeah.
But in the order on the second page, it says that the letter of intent is part of the order as and it's attached as Schedule A. My interpretation of that is that the intent is part of the order. Again, I would say that the order is quite important. Is that the order does not say anything about funding. The intent does. Okay. So to me, the letter of intent is as important, or maybe more important, from an outline of what was agreed upon, right? Is just as important as the order itself. I guess there's only one more thing I'll say, and then I'll be quiet. And again, it just has to do with that wording. It can be used only for purposes associated with the former town. I believe I would be correct in saying that the former town did not have a purpose to invest $25,000 into the parking lot in 2022. That was not a purpose of the former town. Thank you.
I'm ready to call for the question unless somebody else wishes to. The question is just with respect to the amendment at this point. The thrust of the amendment is to have the $25,000 paid out of gas tax rather than from the sale of the old town hall. So all those in favor of the amendment to change the wording, say yes.
Yes.
2. All those opposed say no. No. The nays have it, or the noes have it. So the amendment is defeated, and we're back to the motion as originally put to the floor by the deputy warden. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. 1 no.
Yes. I'd like that recorded, please.
Okay, thank you. All right. And Councillor Hudson, let me echo the words of the other councillors that were pleased that you were able to bring that to our attention.
Good job.
Where are we, Deputy Warden?
5.5, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. 2022-112 AM-1.4.11. Community contributions policy amendment, deletion. That municipal council amend AM-1.4.11 community contributions policy by deleting the annual allocation for Annapolis County Barrister Society, Lovett Library.
Second. Councillor Connell seconds. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, no. Motion's carried.
5.6 SR 2022-12 AM-1.4.11 Community Contributions Policy Amendment Change. That municipal council amend AM-1.4.11 Community Contributions Policy by increasing the annual allocation for Trans-County Transportation Society from $35,000 to $40,000.
Is there a second for that?
One second.
Councillor Craig seconds. Discussion. Councillor Connell.
Was the request for 60,000?
It was, and there's another motion coming up following for the other 20,000. It's coming out of a different pocket.
My concern is after reading our information on King's Transit, a budget of $600,000 for a year, and I realize it's for the drivers and the insurance and all that stuff. I would like to see the county go back to Trans-County Transportation and have a serious talk on what their thoughts would be of managing our 2-bus system. So we got a second option versus King's Transit because, like I said, I think that if we're going leaning toward replacing our buses with new buses, no matter if they're hybrids or if they're all electric or if they're all diesel or whatever, I still think that we can do it cheaper by being involved in the county-wide scenario with an operator within our county than what we're getting from King's Transit.
Any other comments? Councilor Bardo?
I had thoughts along similar lines there. I hear that. I think that we should explore as well as exploring documents as to what's in place and ordinance to update the fees. Seems like we're always getting a lot of money from it, so that they want from us. That we explore all the options, to see if it's a viable option. And that maybe we can support more local things. I think it deserves a lot of research and discussion before we do something, but I think there's an option there that should not be dropped. It should be local to the surface, and I'm not sure if we get some we need motion for that, but it should be in the to-do list. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'll touch on this when one of the later issues with respect to my report on the electrification grant. I'll touch on that issue.
Let's get back to the motion.
Sorry, I'm looking for other hands. Did you have your hand up?
I did, but we're getting back to the motion according to what your statement was.
We're getting, the motion. Well,
Question?
Yeah, I saw, I believe through the CAO, I see that Mr. Young may want to say something with respect to the motion on the floor.
And sorry to interrupt, not to do with the motion. The water is going to be shut off in 5 minutes to do some further repairs on our washroom, so if people needed to.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Wait for the vote. So the motion on the floor is with respect to the increase from 35 to 40 for TCTS. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Welcome, everyone. We're back at the council meeting for the municipality of the county of Annapolis, and we're down
5.7.
to 5.7, correct.
5.7, 2022-23 one-time grant to TCTS. That municipal council approved a 2022-23 one-time grant of $20,000 to Trans-County Transportation Society in accordance with AM-1.4.9 Community Grants Policy.
Second, Councillor Prout.
Yes.
Discussion, Councillor Bardo.
My memories never reach 100%, but when we did budgets for 22-23, did we cover that amount already in that? And just some clarification, I wouldn't want to double that in the same budget, because I think their request was for the the coming year budget was not this year, so we're actually giving them more in advance, like this grant at this time. So just in case somebody hadn't thought about that.
If I could respond to your first point, we did go over at the committee of the whole the idea of the budgeting, and I had looked at it beforehand, and there was a large increase in the budget, and the community grants and the community contributions were in our budget under one. They weren't broken up. They were one number, and I think they were broken up in a final document that I couldn't get online. But the bottom line answer to your first question is yes, there's the money in the budget for this extra $20,000 and $5,000. There was a large increase. Now, the other question I asked last time, if I remember correctly, was whether that was put in for this purpose. And the answer was no, not necessarily for this purpose. However, the answer to your question is yes, there is money in the budget to cover this. And am I correct on that? If I'm looking around, I see the agreement.
So we don't have to approve an additional amount because it's already
It's in the budget.
in the budget. Not sure. Semantics of that. If it comes through that.
If it was my recollection, and CAO and I have been over this along with others, it had been a request of 35 and plus an additional 25 to when we were there for the tour, and before the tour, the general manager Nicole had been here and said we would like to request the 35 and then an additional 25. Part of that was to help bring keep the fares low and even look at reducing them for people who were having difficulty paying that. And I know, I'm not sure, it may have been Councillor Morrison or someone when we did the tour, and when Bob gave his rationale, he said, we'd like to reduce the fares. And and so that was where the other came through. It came to a total of 60,000 with the two amounts, and at our last committee of the whole meeting, it was changed around a little bit to go with 40 and 20. It still came to 60,000, and it had been approved earlier in the year. So, well, thank you. No, I'm sticking with the good stuff, although it's not working. But no. So it is not a new thing. This was done earlier on.
Anybody else? Councillor Hudson?
Yes, I will be voting in favor of this. I fully agree that with the motion, and will be supporting it. However, on a go-forward basis, I think, and I'm talking about next year and the years after that, I think that the council needs to receive a report from the Transportation Society. And basically that report should include their budget, their operating results, and so on and so forth. I think, I just think from a due diligence perspective, we should see those. Thank you.
Is there not a requirement that...
And they are required in the budget.
They are required, it's just, and are they distributed to council?
No.
So that's the point you're making, they should be...
Yes.
They do provide an annual report in accordance with your policy.
Yes.
Annual reports come from everyone that's in that policy that gets an annual grant. Mm-hmm. They provide an annual report in February every year.
Yes, which we haven't had in 2 years.
No, those good organizations are still...
We still get those reports.
We get the reports, but we didn't,
Yes.
That's right.
Question. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call for the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Next.
5.8, SR 202213-13, Community Grant Application, Victoria Vale Baptist Church, Parker Hall. That municipal council approve a grant in the amount of $1,200 to Victoria Vale Baptist Church, Parker Hall, to support roof repairs from the Community Halls and Centers Assistance Program in accordance with KM-1.4.9 Community Grants Policy.
Seconded by Councillor Connell. Discussion?
I just love these simple ones. There's no good.
Councillor Connell?
Yes, the Parker Hall is a community part of the church that the community residents use as a community hall, and they have their meetings, their little card games, their knitting, and everything else in the community hall. That is their only hall within that community, and it's associated with the Baptist church. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood that is their community hall.
Any other comments?
I've been there on a couple of occasions and you put on, they're very well attended. It's a great part of the community.
I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried. We have dealt with 5.9. 5.10.
510, Bridgetown Area Advisory Committee, extend citizen appointment, Brandon Lake. The Municipal Council extend the citizen appointment of Brandon Lake to the Bridgetown Area Advisory Committee to November 30th, 2024.
Councillor Hudson seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried.
5.11, Annapolis County, Lunenburg County Mutual Aid Agreement approved. That Municipal Council approved the Annapolis County and Lunenburg County Mutual Aid Agreement as recommended by Annapolis Remote Advisory Committee.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Longmire seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried.
5.12, Bridgetown Land Use Bylaw Map Amendment. Dash first reading and public hearing. That Municipal Council give first reading of its intent to amend the Bridgetown Land Use Bylaw Map to rezone the land identified as parcel PID 051-49976 at 271 Granville Street in the community of Bridgetown from the institutional I-1 zone to the downtown commercial C1 zone, and to set Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022 at 11 a.m. for the public hearing.
Second for that?
This is what I told you, I would remind you of this point today. So Tuesday, November 22nd was originally going to be your council meeting on the fourth Tuesday. So if the mover would kindly insert to set Tuesday, November 22nd or at the end of it for the public hearing and a special session of council.
Okay. Say again.
To add at the end at a special session of council.
Deputy Warden, do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
I need a seconder still. Councilor Redden seconds. Why are we doing that instead of regular meeting?
Because Tuesday, November 22nd is now not your regular meeting.
Right.
Tuesday, November 22nd.
Could we do it on the 15th or?
No, because there was advertising bills.
Okay, discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried.
5.13, AM-2.7.8, COVID-19 proof of vaccination proof of vaccination policy suspended. That Municipal Council suspend AM-2.7.8 COVID-19 proof of vaccination policy pending declaration by the government of a state of emergency.
Seconded by Councilor Morrison. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried.
No.
Oh, sorry, I missed you, sorry.
And might I add, not an amendment to that, but we will need to write suspended on our website against that policy.
And you can deal with the CEO.
Thank you, sir.
5.14.
5.14, Nova Scotia Main Fair, that municipal council write a letter to the Premier with copies to all other MLAs stating that Inter Alia and the Yarmouth Ferry is a valuable resource. It creates positive effects for our province and its citizens, and we strongly support its retention.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Morrison seconds. Discussion? Deputy Warden?
I'm sorry, could I have a definition of inter alia? I'm not quite sure.
Amongst other things.
Amongst other things, okay, thank you.
Any comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried.
5.15, CAO Selection Working Group, amend membership. That municipal council amend the makeup of the CAO Selection Working Group to replace Councillor Barto with Councillor Hudson.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Longmire seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried.
5.16, SR 2022-15, Seaside Communications Payment. That municipal council authorized the payment in the amount of $177,410.30 to the Seaside Communications to be expensed from the sale of the internet funds.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Morrison seconds. Discussion? Councillor Connell?
We sold the internet back in March. And I don't know if there's any of us around here who know what we owe after this portion, what we've made from the sale of the internet. So, to me, that's very important to go forward, especially with long before hopefully we ever do next year's capital budget.
Yes.
Because I honestly, sitting here as a councillor, I know figures that we sold properties for, but I'm sure that if we sold a property for $200,000, it's not $200,000 we have in our reserve somewhere. I'm sure there's money comes out of it for lawyer fees, there's money comes out of it for other fees. So we've changed and sold a fair amount of properties in the last 2 years. And to me, it's another thing that's on staff's agenda, that we need the results, and 100% true, not, well, I think we got this, and I think we got this to pay out. I'm sure there's paperwork knowing exactly what we owe left to spend out of that internet money, what we should have left over, and the cost associated with those. And that's the same as the Bridgetown public building, same as the school in Bridgetown, because, like I said, just because we got a quote or an offer and we accepted it, I'm sure that that offer is 100% what we have in our hands. So I'd like to make sure that we get those. Thank you.
Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I would. This has come up here generally before, and the warden and I have discussed it. I have tasked senior staff, finance, our operations director, and others to finish the accounting, the research for this. One of our key people that was very knowledgeable about the history of this was on leave and has just returned in the last week. So yes, working this out and getting you a complete total is a critical thing. We're working on it. We'll get it to you as soon as possible. It's multiple years of items that we're counting for in different ways, different grants. There's a lot of things that we have to put together and review to get you the total, but it's being worked on.
Okay.
I wish it was just the one real estate transaction. That'd be a lot easier.
Oh no, I realize that we have a lot on our plate,
Yeah.
but it's very hard to move forward. It's unnatural, because I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna go very fondly passing the capital budget if I don't know what we have, where the money's coming from exactly. This here's giving us what we think we have is not working.
Yeah, that's completely understood, Councilor.
Councilor Von Martin?
Thank you. I just wanted to echo exactly what Councilor Connell has just raised and thank our CAO for that explanation. It is really important. It's one thing to pass a motion and always authorizing a payment, but having no idea what those other numbers look like. And it would be really remiss for any one of us to sit here, continue to authorize payments when citizens are probably wanting to ask that question. So
Yes.
what did what have we, been able to secure from that sale? Again, it goes back to TCTS. It was in the budget, but again, it's the information not necessarily being shared conveniently so that I can be reassured that my citizens understand the background information. We know it was in the budget with the TCTS, and roll forward, here we go again, authorizing a payment. So thank you. We'll look forward to more information.
Definitely. You'll receive it, definitely.
Councilor Bardo?
Again, to that a little bit further, used to see, and I'm not sure on the contract. I thought we had a fixed fee contract that they go into Seaside. There's always variables, but unless in the contract states something otherwise, I hope we're not approving extras without coming to council. I think that the amount of the sale is one thing. We know that if we had a fixed fee contract with the installer, it shouldn't be a lot of pulling variables together. I just want to make sure those variables are still within the bounds of the fixed fee contract. And if we could have background information telling us that.
Yeah, nothing would happen without contracts, and the only significant thing right now is this one piece for Seaside, and that's why I brought it to council, because it was a large specific item that you may not have been aware of.
And I'm not sure in the agenda if there's a spot, but there's some controversy about the pricing of the internet. Is that something that we can bring up later or expand on now?
Why don't, since we're talking about it's roughly, it's a separate matter. Why don't we deal with this and then I'm happy if you want to bring it up before we move along. So the motion is with respect to the 177. Any further discussion? And now I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. So before we move on from the internet, Councilor Bardo.
I'm under the understanding that we had an agreement for purchasing the service, was $99 for that service, and it was for a 5-year term. There's been information coming recently that it's for a 1-year period, but I think somebody in the schematics is trying to buffalo you a little bit. Everybody is signing up with recurrent advertising. I noticed that their titling, and it wasn't clear to me if Xplornet had changed their title themselves, or if it looks like it's a competitor that is trying to make it sound like they're, because it says Explore in big X. So I don't think it's the same company. And if you buy into that, they might say it's for a year. But if you want that spot here in the contract, I think you have to go directly to Xplornet. So there's some things that I think are set up there trying to pull the public into purchasing and not getting that 5-year commitment. So I think we should clarify that.
This is what I got in my mailbox, Councilor Bardo.
But it doesn't say explore net.
You know what, you're right, because when I was sending the email that I sent to all the councilors, I was looking at how to spell ExploreNet, whether it had that E. And I looked at this document, front and back, and it never had the word ExploreNet on it.
It doesn't have ExploreNet anywhere.
But I have to say, if someone was using the word explore in this jurisdiction, they'd be violating somebody's trademark, I'd say. So anyway, if I can move up what I've done is I've given this, I raised it with the CAO. I've asked them to review the contract and to have discussions with ExploreNet about the 5 years, maybe whether that's somebody else, whatever. It's an administrative matter that has now been turned over to the CAO.
And that extends to Snydees or whoever they are using as their local representatives, to make sure that we're not, the legal terms aren't getting confused.
Yeah, I'll get you the information. I'll do a report by email because we'll get the answers to this long before your next fishing meetings committee, but we'll also have that information before then.
Okay, it's 12:06 according to the clock. We started at 10. We're down to new business on the agenda. Looks like we're going to be a couple hours this afternoon. So I might as well break now, I guess, for lunch unless somebody wants to knock off a few more before we go. I get 12:06. Why don't we break and come back at 1:30? That should give us enough time to finish the day. Welcome, everybody. This is the resumption of the council meeting for the municipality of the county of Annapolis. We're down to new business. 6.1, Deputy Ward, do you want to put that on the floor?
Yes, sir. 6.1, SR 2022-16, Nictow Wastewater Treatment Plant Screener. That municipal council approved $98,294.59 for screener supply and installation costs for the Nictow Wastewater Treatment Plant to be deducted from the sewer capital reserves.
Is there a second for that? Councilor Sheridan seconds. Discussion? Councilor Connor?
I just want to thank staff for taking us on the tour of the facilities. And when a request like this comes forward, it kind of brings to light what's needed in our facilities to upgrade. It's easy not to talk about incidents like the village or the community of Bridgetown. The infrastructure is getting old and decrepit and having issues with it. All the villages, or the village and the town of Middleton, all the old infrastructure that's in all that. But sometimes you don't really think 100% about it. All it is words to you. But when you go on that tour, when we went on that tour, it really brought to light how much we've got to look at putting in place to have this infrastructure upgraded. And this is a start, so I'm glad to see it. I guess the question I would have is that I know the sewer and water systems are supposed to pay for itself, but is there somewhere along the line that gas tax has to be used for upgrading some of the facility things that we need to do to our infrastructure, or is it all comes out of these reserves?
I can't answer that. Mr. Can any of the staff respond to Councilor Connell? Essentially, the question, Ms. Anderson, was whether or not these upgrades to our various infrastructure projects, like water and sewer, whether they all get paid out of the sewage tax, I'll call it, or does some of it come out of gas tax?
That's a good question. It would typically come out of our sewer reserves unless otherwise indicated. So in the capital budget as approved, it would indicate whether it was the sewer reserve or the gas tax reserve. Does that help?
Does that help, Councilor Collins?
Yeah, because I guess that along with the sewer upgrade here at the Nictow water system, or wastewater system, we were told that we may have to put up a new tank in Granville Ferry for water. And I was just wondering, is that a gas taxable project, or does that have to come out of the waters?
So something like that, typically, like Andrew's saying, this is, I would call this smaller capital that should last us 30, 40 years. A big tank like that could be upwards of $500,000 or more, $1 million, we would funnel that through gas tax. And also look for ICIP funding from the province for that, for any of those big infrastructure projects. The reason you're seeing this is because it wasn't carried forward in the capital. It was approved previously and just not carried forward with the new capital that council approved this fiscal.
That was going to be my question as well. In regards to the gas tax, I realized there was an error. It wasn't carried forward. I'm one of these people that doesn't want to touch those reserves. So I'm asking, is it possible to take it out of the gas tax reserve, or gas tax money, because your reserves balance is going to be down to $415,000 for your sewer, and if you had a major break, you're going to have an issue there. So I'm just looking strategically down the road. Is it better to take it from the gas tax at this point?
Our sewer reserves are $400,000. I think we deposit every year, what, about $500,000 in sewer reserves, approximately. So we'd be, at the end of the fiscal, it'd be upgrading to.
It's still low.
No, I know, it's still, they're all.
It's still got that red flashing light.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but yes, sure, council's decision.
Well,
if you think it's a good idea and you want to move it over, the recommendations was just to try and keep it focused on sewer, because we know there's bigger projects that are on the 5-year plan that we're probably going to have to push out 10 years.
Yeah.
Because we've been very aggressive in terms of trying to add new capital and new things to the county, and we might have to take a breath and slow down a little bit.
I think so. I just noticed that your the gas tax is approximately 1.4 million or 1.5 million, and we're only looking at 400,000 left in the reserve for the sewer, and I'm just more, a little concerned if you had a major break that could deplete that very quickly. So I'm just trying to be a little bit more on the conservative side there. So, yeah. So maybe I'd like to make an amendment, if I could, to that motion, to have it come out of gas tax as opposed to the sewer.
So you delete the words from the sewer capital reserves and put in the words from whatever gas tax is now.
Yeah, the community, whatever, yes.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councilor Collins seconds. Discussion? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. How much again was left in the gas tax?
1.5.
1.5. Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendments? I don't, myself, since no one else is speaking, I don't really know what to make of this myself at this point. I'll probably vote against the amendment, although with some hesitation, just because it was approved in the past to come out of sewer reserve, as I understand it. So I think I'll go that way, and I think the gas tax, 1.5 million, it's more than that, but I'm assuming that there's more call on gas tax than there is on sewer reserve. I just don't know. So I'm just speaking extemporaneously at the moment. I'll probably be against the amendment, but if it goes through, it won't be the end of the world, but I think I'll vote against it. Councilor Hudson?
Yes. No, I'll be voting against the amendment. It's simply just in a nutshell, the reserves are there, the sewer reserves are there for exactly this type of thing. And basically, that's why I say it should be under the reserve. That's what they exist for. That's why we put money in the reserves.
I see your hand up, Councilor Proud. Councilor LeBlanc.
And I have to tend to agree, that was my first thought, that the reserves were built up so that they could be used for that. If we didn't have the money, then we would go to gas tax. So at this particular time, I'm thinking that it should come out of the reserves. And if something comes down the road and we needed X amount of money, then we could go then to the gas tax. So, yeah, the reserves are for a purpose. Thank you.
Do you see your hand up, Councilor Bartle?
In the meantime, what I was going to say was already touched on, so I don't want to reiterate.
Okay. Councilor, I think I'll go to Councilor Longmire before I go back to Councilor.
Should we just let Wendy go? Sorry, or Councilor Sheridan. I just wanted to go back and just again say thank you. I know Councilor Connell had said thank you, but thank you to Jim Young and the staff. The tour that we went on was so informative, and although I'm not a sewer or water expert, certainly seeing it and learning so much through those experts, wonderful staff who could explain so much, will help me in the future ask better questions. And again, I look at sewer capital reserves versus gas tax, and I feel compelled to say that I would not see it any different than how the motion is read presently.
I think I'll go. I saw Councilor Sheridan, but do you want to close the debate? I'll go to Red.
Well, I just want to mention that I'm more interested in the indicators that in reserve balances for the province, and this is one of those reserve balances. So the lower it goes, your reserve balance is on that indicator, as opposed in the same line as the operational reserve. You know, the red lights that flash on that's still flashing. Well, this is part of it. So the reserve balances do affect our indicators. So that's why I was leaning more that way.
My recollection is that it was the operating reserve that was red.
Yeah. It's all the.
No, it's just the operating.
Just the operating.
Is that correct? Yeah, I think I hear some other councillors agreeing with me.
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure there could be another category for capital reserve, but I don't recall that there was a specific operating reserve. And that was the one that was below the 10%.
Well, I just thought all the reserves were fairly low.
They probably are.
Yeah, and that's why they are, and that's why that's why. Anyway.
Councilor LeBlanc, Councilor Redden.
Sorry. So I have a question here, and I think it fits with the amendment, or if you go with the original motion. Staff recommended it come out of the sewer capital reserves, and their alternative was to fund it from the $525,000 committed to replenishing the operating reserve, and then we have gas tax as a third option offered by Councillor Sheridan. So I guess any gas tax we have left over doesn't get funneled into operating reserves. That's a question, kind of. So then my second kind of question would be, why does staff recommend we divert from operating reserves in this motion as their policy, as their alternative, versus our next one they recommend coming from gas tax, if both these projects are eligible for gas tax? I'm just curious about the metric they would use for deciding that.
Ms. Anderson, should I go to her? I should go to you, and then you should delegate it if you want.
Yeah, manager finance, perfect.
Okay.
All right, so this one was proposed to come out of the sewer capital reserve because that one is actually not included in the indicator. So when we're talking about the indicator, we're talking about unrestricted reserves. So the sewer capital reserve is set up with a specific purpose. So it can only be used for sewer. So that's why it's not included in that overall indicator as we were talking about. And in terms of gas tax, I think we were trying to conserve a little bit of the gas tax because gas tax tends to fund our entire capital budget. So we're forecasting out into 2023, 24, and we're sort of depleting the gas tax reserves, and we've had a couple asks already from the gas tax, and then there is one in the next instance as well. And gas tax can be used for any infrastructure related projects. So I think that was kind of the conservation measure there, was that we had some funds going into the next capital budget available in the gas tax, because it funds the majority of our capital budget.
I think the question more was how you justify taking out an operating reserve. Was that your question, Councillor Redden?
Yes, which I think I took the answer away from. I was going to kind of repeat it back and
yeah, go ahead.
So you offer operating reserves as the alternative funding source here because our gas tax doesn't divert into operating reserves. It's only for capital projects. And that's why you didn't suggest gas taxes are the alternative funding source for this money.
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Councillor Bardo?
I guess, from my point of view, looking at using money out of the gas tax instead of reserves. The reserves are set up, that's what the purpose is. To maintain the system. The area rates that you collect money for, you build up those reserves. If you start watering it down by using money out of gas tax, then we're not getting a true picture on setting the rates for the following year. It should be clear what it takes to operate these systems, water, sewer, whatever. And that's what those funds are set up for. So I think we would be doing this service if we started using other monies. If it comes down to it, and we have a big problem, and we don't have that money, that we have to put some of our gas tax maybe kick in at that time. But everything should be a check and balance, saying, and the amount of money we receive on taxes for those funds should be operating. If they're not, whether it's a one-time anomaly or something else, but if they're not, we should be looking at what those rates are set at instead of trying to prop it up with gas tax. And I think, that's my opinion, my point of view on that one.
Councillor Hudson,
yeah, I just wanted to maybe ask Mr. Young a quick question. Yeah, on our facility store, there was a unit setting up to the side. Is that it?
That's it.
Oh, okay, so that's it. Okay, it's sort of suggested here that it said it was ready for delivery, so
it was delivered.
Okay, so that's okay, that's the unit we've seen there. Okay, thank you.
That's the only thing inside. It's an auger screen.
Anybody else on the amendment? Just to recap, the amendment is to essentially pay the money out of gas tax instead of out of the sewer capital reserves. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the amendment, say yes.
Yes.
I see 3. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. So the amendment is defeated. So we'll go back to the motion as presented by the Deputy Warden and on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Well, that was a good debate, Council. It was an interesting question. Next.
6.2. SR 2022-17 compost cart funding. That municipal council approved the transfer of a maximum of $20,000 from the Canada Community Building Fund to purchase additional compost carts.
Second. Councillor Redden seconds. Discussion. Councillor Hudson.
Just a question. These are the large compost carts that you're proposing to award. Not the small ones?
Yeah, they'd be the 240 liter carts.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to add to that, this will probably only get me maximum 200 carts. Because the price has gone up. I think when they were originally purchased were, I think they were $52 plus tax. And they're probably upwards of maybe $80 now, plus tax. But I am looking at a different supplier as well. There's another supplier, European, UK manufacturer who has a plant in Quebec that manufactures carts as well that other provinces are using. And these Schaefer carts come out of the US. And there's no manufacturer in Canada. So they're sending me some information on pricing as well. But what I will say is in the capital budgets going forward every year, we will be putting in a running capital of cart replacements because we need a cart replacement program. And that was never established when I go back and look at other capital budgets that have been approved, including one this current year. So we need to start turning them over. And we do have a number of carts in our, I'm not going to call it fleet, but hey, we do have a number of carts that are undersized. So they're shorter. They're 5 inches shorter than the mechanism on EFR's trucks can lift. So we have to go through and replace those over time. They have been able, depending on the homes, they have been able to grab them, lift them in physically, but some people fill them so full they can't lift them. And they can't. So then we have to scramble and get on a cart to get something for them. I will say this, Schaefer did say we have to take photos of the serial number of the cart and show the information for every one of these that's damaged. And they will reimburse us, and they'll keep a running total for those, but I'd also like to try a different manufacturer as well, get something into the fleet compared to our and the carts we do have, you're aware that these are not compost carts. They're carts for waste. They have no holes in them. They don't have a mesh in the bottom to allow airflow. They have no holes in the sides, and they have no vent on the top. So we're using a waste cart for compost, which can create problems, I'm sure, for everybody in terms of your homes when you go to put compost in and there's critters trying to crawl and nose all over the place.
Councilor Romack?
Thank you. Wow, thank you, Mr. Young, for that. That very last point was what I was going to raise. They're not compost carts. The question, you answered so many of the things that I wanted to ask, so thank you. That's the second time I've thanked you. The 400, so the replacement carts aren't just because they're too small, it's because of damage.
Sorry, combination of both.
Okay.
Small and damaged, we're pulling the small ones out as we can and making sure everything's 42 inches high. There's two sizes of 42-inch high carts. There's the larger ones that are 240 liters, and then there's other ones that are 140 liters. So depending on the home, we'll supply whatever is needed eventually when we have a good package of them.
Sure. The replacement, that putting something together for replacement in the future. So I suspect these new ones will be composting, or are they going to be the same?
Well, I don't think we have direction to have waste carts yet.
Great.
So I will venture into the compost market. Composting carts will even be more expensive than, say, the $82 I stated. And I don't know when they're doing a run. And you do realize if we buy compost carts, there's only one cover you can buy.
That's right. Yeah. I do know back when they were first delivered, mine was delivered into my yard and thrown off of a truck, and the wheels were broken initially. So I've glue-gunned it back together and have been able to use it. It was problematic. We did have a lot of complaints that way on the way they were delivered. So I'd like to hope that we look after even those assets.
There's a long history to the cart story in this county.
Thank you. Thanks.
Councilor Bardo?
Yeah, well, I guess we all know that the cards that we had before were much better than the ones we have now. And I have, when I received mine, it's been fine since I had to have manual adjustments to it. It was talked about one corner. I used the old method of card door adjustments and one wide body. I put a block of wood in and stressing it. And actually, I didn't break it. It stayed where it was supposed to be. But that's not what I wanted to talk. But I thought I'd add on to the conversation. But I got a couple points. And apparently, well, we have a reserve now. We've got a few. This is just to get ahead of the pitch, I guess. And I'm not sure it's because of long-time delivery estimates that we get. But I just wonder why this couldn't be in the next year's budget. One question.
Yeah, we're actually short of the large carts now.
Yeah.
Because the person repairing them can't keep up to what we give. We're trying to get replacement carts and we don't have any to move out. And I don't want to move the little carts out, the shorter carts. Now, but that being said, delivery, they haven't got back to me on the delivery time. That could be 3-4 months out, and if that's the case, I could put it in the capital outlay.
The other question, it's not on the purchase of these, but it opens the door to conversation about our existing cards. We played paint those because we're going $1 million to leave those cards. And I found by accident that they weren't paid for. We're paying installments on them. And how much is left owing on the cards that we have now that we're being replaced? And why are we not looking at paying that off instead of paying installments on something that's being replaced, and then we're still going down the road paying for in the future if they're replaced, we're paying for them before we already use them anymore. So my question is to avoid interest payment, those interest payments that we're making on those, can we explore looking at how we pay off that debt that we have that's ongoing? And it seems to me it was, I'm not sure, 10-year period or some period that we stretched it over, which I think is unrealistic.
I think I saw Ms. Anderson kind of nodding as though she knew what you were referring to, Councillor Bardo. So, Ms. Anderson, can you respond to Councillor Bardo?
Yeah, just pulling up the financial statements here to see what the last ending debt amount was, but I believe it was in the ballpark of 500,000, give or take. But I can get you an actual number on that. In terms of paying it off, we went out to Municipal Finance Corporation, and when we get those debentures, we actually can't pay them off in advance. I did inquire this in relation to Bridgetown, and we've been discussing that a little bit, and we can't even pay, an interest penalty or something like that to get out of it. We are stuck to return of that loan.
So we're stuck with those interest payments.
We are stuck.
That's unfortunate. So I guess we got to think hard before we start thinking what our long term is on other projects. Thank you for that.
Before I come back to you, Councillor Longmire, I'm just looking around the room to see if there's anyone else, which I don't see, so go ahead.
Just a quick question. The invoice for the gray cards, did it actually say they were a compost cart? I would love to know that. Only because something I'd go back to the company and say we were sold down the river.
I see Ms. Anderson looking something up. It would be quite a magical feat to all of a sudden pull up that invoice right now in this meeting.
I have it here.
Oh, okay.
I came up here. It calls them rollout waste and recyclable carts, which is typical of a waste or recyclable cart with no holes in it, totally closed, not a composter. And I got a feeling whoever did this probably they may have been under the gun and trying to get under money, and you'll find the compost carts a little bit more expensive.
So tell me again what you're buying. Are you buying compost carts?
I'm pricing all the different types of carts and the different sizes with this new company. And even with Schaefer, because their prices have changed as well.
We want to start replacing what you call the fleet with compost carts, right? Yeah. Right.
So the color will change.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, I was just wondering if there may be some opportunity. These carts are used here in this county, in Kings County, and Middleton, and so on and so forth. Just from a price perspective, usually the more you buy, the cheaper, the better you get, the better price you get. Have we ever tried to do something like that? Buy in bigger quantities to get a better price?
Yeah,
Just
Ms.
be
Campbell, looks like Ms. Campbell can respond.
I'll
Councillor
talk
Hudson?
about one for you. So going back to the first matter, it was a period of, I think, 22 days had to get these carts in place because of the circumstance that was evolving in Valley Waste. Certainly when we were part of Valley Waste, we did exactly that thing. It was all the carts were the same across all the municipalities, and so it was a shared expense amongst all of the Valley Waste partners. Right now, what you have to look at if you wanted to do bulk buying, I believe, is you would have to partner with Valley Waste as the nearest organization that similarly buys compost carts.
Anything else? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Councillor Wren?
A little late to the game here. In our discussion here of our report, it says to obtain credits for our cars that have premature failure. If I heard our staff correctly, he said something slightly different. So I'm curious if we get credits as in carts replaced, credits as in a credit at their facility, or if they actually return dollar bills to us for these carts that die prematurely.
Yeah, Mr. Young, can you respond to that?
So, new into the game on this, because I did send them a whole list of carts, serial numbers, and then they come back and say, well, we need photos, we need serial numbers, we need this attachment photo, we need all that. But they'll reimburse us for the value of the cart, because it's supposed to be there for 8 years. Okay? But in the meantime, we're out of carts. So we're sending them Cornwall Spark and getting them repaired, basically where they're going. And to the plastic manufacturer, and he's doing a good job replacing them. But yeah, we're the staff are putting those files together and sending them to them, and then hoping to respond from them that we have a credit for this many cards. Now, I'm assuming then, I don't know if you have this question, Councillor, but I'm assuming then if we have a credit, it's worth a certain value, we can just switch those over to a different type of card. That's what I'm going to do. And build that credit up. You know, because these ones do damage. Because nobody's going to take the cards. I even asked Schaefer, will you take these little cards back? No. Cost you, it's not worth my value to ship them back.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. We asked for those small carts, and whether they didn't fit the truck or not, I don't know. But I remember council asked because not everybody wanted a big cart. My mother-in-law didn't want a big cart, and a lot of people don't use the compost carts. They compost themselves on the properties, but they get stuck with the cart. So I remember us requesting small carts. I remember the reasons why we needed to buy them in a hurry is because we were under the gun by Valley Waste. And I also remember that EFR, we couldn't have green carts at the time because EFR wouldn't pick up green carts. They had to differentiate somehow between Annapolis County carts and Valley Waste carts back in the day. But so we asked for small carts, X amount, not all of them, but a certain percentage of them, because that's what people wanted. And the other carts came. I also remember back the former CAO, or one of our former CAOs, saying at the time that it didn't matter if they broke down, we would get them back and the company would go, there was a guarantee on it, the company would replace them. I don't know what's happened since then, but that was what the impression that we had, that if a cart broke down and went to pieces, then we take it back and we get them another one and we get that back to the company. So how the guarantee's following through now, I don't know. But anyway, that's what I remember. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor Bardo. I saw his hand up, and then I think I'd like to move on from this one. Councillor Bardo.
Yes, you mentioned credit for the cars. So that's only good if you continue, let's say, or you should refund check on all the suppliers to be able to get that value back. And it says credit, we have to make a purchase of a certain size to get that credit, or credit's one thing, replacement's another. When you say credit, I don't understand how that is going to apply to us. Can't they just replace with proper feedback on those and serial numbers instead of applying credit on our account to buy new ones? The credit is not a replacement in my mind. So I just think I wanted to clarify what that means, because if it goes into a company, that credit's been with us anyway. And so there's a lot more to it.
Good points. I mean, the credit would be good as long as it's a technical window. Now, if we're going to change to a green card, the reason you use the credit is the green card is much more valuable. They're not going to do a card replacement or a compost card versus a waste card. So it's more valuable. So it may take us a card and a half of the existing cards to make one compost card. So I don't know those particulars. I'm waiting for the cost to come back in. But making the decision to go to compost cards, and that's what they're meant to be used for, it makes sense. It's just a matter of the U.S. I don't know if they make them in the U.S. and they ship them. I know this other company makes them in Quebec, and hoping they have reserves. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, so if we would just want to continue with the same card, they would replace them one for one.
Right.
If not, we have to pay the difference. Yeah. And we're going to lose that way because the difference in the cost of cards now versus what they're going to apply the original purchase cost. So we should go for now. I'm not sure how that will negotiations, but I just want to make sure that we get the best bang for the buck with our warrant. Sure.
Thank you. I think I'll call for the vote on 6.3, or no, 6.2, sorry, compost cart funding to approve the $20,000 from CCBF. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Next,
Yes, sir. 6.3, SR 2022-18 capital commitment enabling accessibility. That municipal council approve a maximum of $20,000, 20% of total request, in capital funding contingent on successful application approval from enabling accessibility.
Is there a second for that? Councilor Sheridan seconds. Discussion. Councilor Hudson.
Yes, I'd just like to, I'm trying to get this clear in my mind. If you look at the background, it says firstly that the county was successful in getting a grant of $41,000 and change from the province under the Community Accessibility Program. Then the next sentence, it says that the total budget project is $173,000. And and then it goes on further to say that staff are applying for another grant I believe it'll be for $100,000, and the county will only, they'll fund 80% of that. So we could expect to get $80,000 if they approve that $100,000. So my question is, how much money are we actually putting into that? Does the 41,000, is the 173 total budget? Does the 41,000 that we've already received come off that 173? It doesn't?
No, this is the 173 is the budget. We're going to pay what I call the sports hub building, not the tennis club building, like some people like to call it. So that's where we're renovating the whole building, putting in 3 accessible washrooms that are dual-use washrooms, you might say, with change tables and everything, with an accessibility change table, adult change table room as well. The whole idea was to engage the facility, tennis courts, with accessibility washrooms. One of the biggest problems we have is getting accessible people up there. This fund, which is a new federal fund, the entries close November 1st. That's the reason coming to you in short notice. We just found out about it. Will give us, what I plan to do is asphalt the whole area around the building. Coming through the school parking lot only for accessibility. Let the folks that need the transportation for accessibility drive up, park there, build a small parking area right beside the building. They get out of their vehicle, they have access to the accessible washrooms, it's all on the same level as the tennis courts, they have access to the tennis courts, and everything accessible. The existing 173,000 would not have done that. We needed more funding in order to do that. So this is going to pay for that added work that we're going to get done.
Okay. So the bottom line is that there's 173,000 plus another 100,000, which is 273,000, plus the 66 or the 61,000 or the 41,000.
The total approval you gave us already was for the 171, which included the 41.
Oh.
So maybe more clear.
What was after? So the 173 was after the 41?
It's included in.
Okay.
It's all one. The 173 includes the 41 in funding that we were successful with, but I'm not sure how long ago that was. It was a little while ago.
Yeah, this spring we got the 41,000 accessibility grant.
So the bottom line is that it's somewhere in the
132,000
neighborhood of $300,000. That's
hopefully less than that, but yeah.
Well, 173 plus 100.
And we don't know how much they're going to give us out of this fund. And we're not going to spend any money. We're just trying to make it easier long term to manage that facility with stuff we don't have to repair all the time.
Councilor Connell?
So if we get a grant, and if this washroom gets refurbished, is the county going to do away with the 2 porta potties? So that's not an additional cost?
The intention would be yes.
Okay.
Councilor Bardo?
So I guess originally I was looking at this as kind of all part of 173 and so it's all cumulative, the 41, 173 and the other 100,000, they're all separate amounts.
The 41 is included in the 173. The only separate amount is the 100,000 that we're adding to. So it's 270.
You're thinking the 100,000 is all directly related to accessibility.
The whole project is related to accessibility for the sports hub.
Is that 100,000, is the 80,000 specific or maximum that they can afford, or how does that?
I don't know if there's another amount we can apply for, but with all these federal projects, they have to almost be shovel ready when they give us the approval. So we are actually tendering right now on the work at the sports hub under the 173. So our folks are meeting with contractors there to walk through the work that needs to be done. This other project, obviously, because of the work, we'll do it first thing in the spring and get that operational.
So, just to clarify, the other figures are related to the request on this one.
Yeah.
This 20% is of the 100,000, which is over and above the 213,000 that we've already committed. Growing, this is 20,000 money from us considered required to leverage.
What's required to leverage is a commitment. If they give us money, then we will spend that money. So, motion from council that they approve it, and we would attach that to our submission.
Yeah. So, this 20,000 is only legitimate if we can get it right. Thank you.
Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. We're going to get requests like this with great regularity and increasing in speed as we approach the date when everything we have must be accessible. This is just a good indication. Thank you.
Councilor Sherry?
First of all, I just want to thank the staff for going above and beyond and applying for all these grants. Truly appreciate it. I guess I can't recall where the funding was coming from in our prior commitment. Was that coming from gas tax in the original budget?
I believe so.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That's just another point that more money to Bridgetown out of the gas tax. And I just tried to get Nicktoll a little bit of money from the gas tax, which I couldn't. Thank you.
If I could, just to clarify from 30,000 feet, if I could, Mr. Young, the total cost of the 3 washrooms becoming accessible and the little parking area is $273,000.
Correct.
And of that, the county is paying $152 out of our own funds. Or
I believe so. Yes.
okay, $152 including the gas tax. So I get 173 minus the 41 is 132 plus the 20, and so we're paying 152 out of the 273. Okay. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. It's carried. Thank you, Mr. Young.
6.4, SR 2022-19AM-1.4.25, closure of portion of Park Street, Bridgetown Policy, new. That municipal council approve AM-1.4.25, closure of portion of Park Street, Bridgetown Policy, Community Contribution Policy, as circulated. 7-day notice.
Second. Councilor Hudson seconds. Ms. Campbell, do you wish to say something?
I wish to apologize for having the words community contribution policy in there, which is encouraged. I was working on more than one document at a time, sometimes I was confused. If we could just delete those from that.
Those 3 words? Okay, done.
Which?
Community contributions policy. Those words shouldn't be there. Approve the closure of portion of Park Street policy circulated. Okay, you've seen the map, Councilor Bardo?
So, closure of that add to the purchase plans of the school. And so that we would be giving up the street and it would be under the ownership of the purchaser. Is that?
Ms. Ben, can you respond, or should I ask the CAO to respond?
Either of us. It's that piece is not traveled right now. It's grassed. There are utilities under it, but in our research for the survey, we found that there's no record of it being officially closed, so this will complete that.
So it'll be included in the sale?
Yes.
So part B to that then is there's probably underground services. So we will have that written up legally with easement.
Yes.
For living servicing of those facilities.
Precisely.
Okay.
Anybody else? So none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carried.
6.5, SR 2022.
Hold on just a sec, Deputy Warden. I'm just recognizing the clerk here.
Thank you. Are we going to need a special session of council for that as soon as possible to be able to approve that policy so that it meets with the same date?
I will say that one of the issues for discussion is a special council meeting. It was originally contemplated to be November the 4th, but we haven't fixed it yet. What are your timelines, Ms. Bent, from the procedure? We have to give 7 days notice from today?
Yes.
So that's November the 2nd? Or maybe the 4th of November. So we close, anticipated closing date is the 18th. So we have to do it in theory sometime between the 4th and the 18th.
I'll jump in with the first piece and then hand off. Yeah. So the way it works is you have to give 7-day notice for the policy today. So 7 days or more when you do the final reading for the policy. But also added into the mix on this one is that we have to run an advertisement showing a description of the portion of the road to be closed. That also requires a minimum of 7 days notice. That's why we had the November 4th as the earliest possible date to do the next piece for the road closure.
So the advertising happens
Friday.
Okay, we're going to discuss later today a special meeting on the 4th or the 5th or when it's going to be. And you can bring that back up to make sure it meets your guidelines when we talk about that.
This is where you were talking about it.
I could.
Well, this is it's not on another place.
Some other things that we plan to do on November 4th.
Those aren't on the agenda.
Well, the next meeting is. So this is the next
regular meeting.
Yeah, well, we're gonna talk about this stuff about when the meeting's gonna be. So if you want to talk about it now, I saw that Councillor Morrison sent a note that November the 4th is also part of the NSFM meeting. And I take it some of you plan to go to that meeting, do you? I see nods around the room. The other thing is that Gerald Walsh wants to come and speak to us soon. And so I thought a convenient time would be when we convene for this meeting that we're talking about with respect to the closure of Park Street. So, does everybody have their books? If we stay away from November the 4th, we'll just start at the 5th and go forward and see what works for everybody.
That's not
going to happen.
You don't want to do it on a Saturday?
No. The 7th would be the best day.
That works for me.
So, yeah.
7th is the Monday. The 7th would be the most sensible.
It's Monday.
Now, does that work with respect to the closure of Park Street? You're looking down here.
The 4th or any time thereafter will be one first.
Okay. 7th doesn't work for you. The 8th is committee of the whole. I did speak to the clerk about that, and the committee of the whole meeting is already quite long.
They usually are.
I don't know if the Park Street issue is going to be that long, but when Mr. Walsh comes, it might be a little longer. And King's Transit might be that time.
Let's do the closure on committee hall.
We'd have to have a special session, council.
What about the 9th?
Okay.
I'm tied up morning and afternoon on the 9th, but that's,
So why can we have a special council meeting and committee of the whole?
We could if the clerk thinks that our committee of the whole meeting is already pretty long.
But
But the closure is important too, so we have to do, even if we do the closure part for the special meeting.
Okay.
And then we'll move on if there's not enough time.
Okay.
And we're going to still pick another day for Gerald Walsh and King's Transit.
Okay.
For workshops.
Okay, so the King's Transit that the CAO is talking about is that you'll see the next thing shortly in the agenda, I'm going to talk about the IMSA electrification business. And I thought it would be helpful if Dwight Wynot, who is the executive director of the pilot project, and Mike Getchell, who's the manager of King's Transit, came to council to explain everything in detail that I can't do myself. So we thought it'd be good to have Gerald Walsh come at the same time as the King's Transit people. That's what we're talking about. That meeting, I'm going to think, might be at least a full morning. I don't think it'll be necessarily a full day, but it'll be at least a half a day. So, we're talking about the Park Street on the committee of the whole, because I don't see that's going to be a big debate.
The pieces unique to this is once we hold a public meeting, we have to register this road closure with the registry of deeds, and they can take up to 5 business days to put a document on record. So the sooner we can do that, so that it will not affect the closing date of the school sale.
What's this about a public meeting? Is that what's going to happen?
Now, once you've done have your special counsel, you have to register that document with the registry of deeds. The road closure itself has to go against the bids that have been created for the sale of the school. And because registry of deeds can take a period of time to get a document on record, we want to make sure that it is on record in time for the completion of the migration of the property for the sale of the property.
Did I hear you say something about a meeting? I didn't. Okay.
Yeah. I'm talking your meeting, your special counsel, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Why couldn't we do that on Zoom? We need 7-day notice from where we're at now.
Right.
So why couldn't we do that on Zoom I don't know, 7 days? It can't be, it's got to be after the 4th. I don't know, Monday or even on Saturday. It's only going to take about a half an hour.
Are we going to be here anyway?
We're going to be here for committee of the whole on the 8th. And
That's 7 days.
That should leave enough time.
So we'll do it on the 8th.
Back. Then we have a special council meeting after the committee of the whole meeting to deal with the Park Street.
Can we have it before committee vote?
We could have it before committee of the whole.
Start the day with a special committee of the whole.
Special council.
Special council,
yeah.
and then staff can do what they need if there's a motion made and.
That would be the best.
Yeah, that works. And then with respect to Mr. Walsh and Mr. Getchell and Mr. Wynot, Councillor Proud had a problem with the 9th. Could we do it on
the 10th?
10th, everybody?
in the morning.
Going once, going twice?
You can't do the 7th either.
Can you do the afternoon?
After 3:30. And what is this for, a workshop or?
It would be, I think the issue with Mr. Walsh is a workshop.
Yes.
I think that the issue with Mrs. Getchell and Wynot are public.
So if it needs to be decision making, you would need to have a special counsel. If it's to receive information, you could do a special special committee of the whole being able to call a special council if you're all here assembled.
How long should the meeting?
I think the special council meeting, or the meeting with Wynot, Getchell, and Walsh would be half a day. But it might be longer. I think half a day.
So you would want to start at roughly what time?
Well, I'd like to start at 9 or 10.
So would it be better if we did it earlier? Because that's putting it almost to 2 weeks or more. Like, I mean, what about the end of this month? Is that too early to bring Mr. Walsh in, or is that?
Well, it might work. If those gentlemen are available.
Do it on Halloween Day.
Yeah, we could.
Monday.
Monday.
31st, maybe.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
We're all going to dress up, are we?
Bring
Yeah, we just met.
Bring candy.
Bring candy.
I say that was.
Okay, let's find a day that works for everybody. We'll start with the 31st. Does that work?
Yes. Yeah.
This is for the King's Transit and Walsh.
King's Transit
Yes.
and Jerry Walsh.
Both that day.
Both that
So
day.
this is a special,
That's true.
what?
Well, it'll be a special council dealing with Getchell and Wynot.
I'd rather see it at special committee of the whole. I don't want to be put on the spot that we're gonna make a decision that day.
I appreciate the difference. I'm easy with that. Doesn't make any difference to me.
Call it special committee of the whole.
Special committee of the whole.
You want to start at 10, or is that too late?
I'm easy.
Is that assuming that both those parties are available that day as well?
That's what we're assuming at this point. We haven't checked with them.
And what date are we looking at?
31st.
31st?
Monday.
Let's pick an alternate day if they're not available.
The 30th.
They don't want candy.
The day before, the 30th? That's a Sunday. That's a Sunday, isn't it?
You can come.
You by yourself, or
28th, the 28th or the 31st? I'm just thinking that's too far out if it goes to the 10th of
Well,
November.
Friday this week, the 28th, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I think there's something going on with staff, if I'm not.
Staff has their safety training.
What about Tuesday the 1st? That's an alternative date.
Alternative date, yep.
So between those two dates, we can get all the three gentlemen.
Well, and we would need to know that today so that we have the proper 5-day notice for the
Can be
5-day notice for the what?
following.
First week of the NSFM conference. Is that the first day of it?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's why it's going backwards.
So we're back to the 31st and the 28th. Okay.
Well, the 28th doesn't give us 5 days.
And we have a meeting in the committee on the 28th as well with a guest
That's right.
speaker.
Well, let's hope for the 31st.
Yep, 31st or the 1st.
What time does council wish to start in the morning?
10 o'clock.
Sure, okay. 10's a little better for me, I'm getting old.
And so are you inviting Mr. Walsh for a workshop after that day?
Yes.
Following that meeting, a workshop following your special committee of the whole.
And we'll still have a special session of council before committee of the whole on the 8th.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Because y'all promised me it would only take that long.
Yeah.
Wait, just like the last.
So nobody has any questions? Carolyn?
Should bring the tape.
I have to send out a meeting notice for all of you.
Thanks.
It looks to me like we're probably going to have a break in the afternoon, and maybe we can call this gentleman before we all leave. Okay, so we got that. The 31st is a possibility. Committee of the whole and a workshop, and then the special council on the 8th.
So that means the special council will be at 9, which is the normal starting time for committee of the whole.
Okay, and the 31st will be at 10 o'clock. All right. We're all good there. So, where are we now? We're at the King's Transit deficit and funding.
6.5, yeah. SR 2022-20, King's Transit Deficit and Funding. That municipal council authorized an increase to the 2022-23 operating budget in the amount of $39,584 for a total budget of $604,291 to be funded from the operating reserve.
Is there a second for that? Is there a second for that? Councillor Wright seconds. Discussion? Councillor Conley?
I guess that's some of the reason right there, that $604,291 that I wanted a special committee to hold. I don't want to be forced. We got to be making a decision that day. So I think we should be looking at other options that we may come up with.
If I could just clarify, the idea of having Mr. Getchell and Mr. Wynot come was mostly to advise council with respect to the electrification grant. It's not necessarily to make any decisions, but I do think King's Transit is going to need a lot of discussion in the next little while.
Well, because my discussion prior to this is that I don't want to get back to the same scenario we did with Valley Waste. I'm not going to support King's Transit to order our buses and we lose and we pay for them. But then if we decide to do an alternate thing, all of a sudden they claim, no, I got that under this grant and the buses are really King's Transit. Because that's how we got in the mess with Valley Waste of green cards and stuff.
Yeah.
They weren't passed down to us because it was actually, they're the ones that bought it and it was their assets. So I don't want to get caught with King's Transit all of a sudden buying new electric buses and 2 years down the road we decide, holy crap, it costs, I just don't want to get that same scenario.
So right now we're looking for $39,584 from operating reserve for the overage on the King's Transit. There's some financial information circulated. Councilor Sheridan?
So I know Doug sent us something last night. Was there additional funding on top of this that we're going to be looking at for King's Transit?
Yes, committee of the whole will be, this is about our existing budget and our monthly billing that we're looking at today. But we have an ask of them for approximately $144,000 for their year-end deficit. We've been reviewing that with them, reviewing their audited financial statements. We've asked for some more information that's coming to us so that our finance department can analyze that. And we're expecting to be able to present that large one-time bill to you at committee of the whole in November. And then you would vote on that at council in November.
So
they're two separate items, but both from King's Transit.
So in reality, it's actually $750,000 that we should have budgeted for? Is that what you're saying?
This one, well, the 144 is as of their end of last fiscal year. It was a deficit that I believe was mostly unanticipated due to a variety of factors that are written in that report. Their gasoline costs, maintenance costs being some of the key issues. We're still reviewing that with them. This is our current year's budget operational cost that's before you today.
But it still boils down to $757,000 that it's costing us for the year, whether it be deficit.
Yeah,
their deficit.
that's fair. Yeah, that's fair when you look at both the operational and the deficit. Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bardo?
Good question. This is asked from transit to get us through the end of our fiscal year. It's not today, it's for the 22-23 fiscal year.
Yeah, this is adding to our budget for this fiscal year. What's before you today?
We will have another ask for the end of the fiscal year.
We have no reason to expect it.
Thanks to the reality check.
These are all good questions that we can put to Mr. Getchell and Mr. Weiner if they can make it on the 31st. I'm happy to go one side and down the other of King's Transit so we all understand it, what we're getting into. Any other comments with respect to the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Next is the information report regarding the audit update. We've all seen that request. Are there any questions for the staff in that regard? I guess for the benefit of the public, bottom line is we're late again getting our financials to the province. We've been late the last 2 years, more than that, is it? And we're going to do our best to make sure it doesn't happen again. And we're working hard to make this ahead as quickly as we can. The auditors are coming this week or next to start their review, and we're hoping to have our audited statements back to us, or at least, I guess, our audited statements back to the audit committee as soon as possible. Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. I have a lifelong aversion to the phrase, "we'll make sure it never happens again." And for the first time in my life, this is going to be an exception.
So this is just an information report. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I guess we'll move along. Pilot project update. This is my report. I attended the IMSA meeting last Wednesday. CEO Mr. Patterson was there on Zoom. I was there along with the other mayors of municipalities in the Annapolis Valley. You'll recall that I reported last time about the $11,950,000 that was going to be brought forward for electrifying the King's Transit fleet, I'll call it. Of that, there was about $3 million that the municipal units had to put in, and the rest was coming from ICIP funding. As you know, this council decided at the last council meeting that we were not going to participate for various reasons that I don't need to get into at the moment. And I communicated that to, even before the meeting, I communicated that. And my understanding, which turned out to be incorrect, or my thought, was that what would happen if us and Digby, which were funding about 40% of the cost of the $3 million and change, is that what would happen is that the Kings County municipal units would reduce the ask to ICIP and just electrify buses in Kings County. That's not what they're doing. What they're doing is the municipal units are stepping up to the plate, and they're going to proceed with the application for the $11,000,009. And all of the Kings County municipal units are increasing what they thought they were going to pay in the document that was circulated to all of you. So I think you did get, in the last few weeks, a document that set out what they would have to pay if Annapolis and Digby were not in. And so that's what they're doing. They're upping their contribution. It's still the 4 big electric buses and the 7 hybrid buses, or so. Those were estimates. Now, as I understand it, and I'm learning as I go through this, because we've never been briefed on this. At least I don't know that. Either at staff level or at council level, we were never briefed on this. So I'm learning as I go. And my understanding is that, assuming that the 11 million and change is approved, the next step is a transit study that'll take 6 months. And it'll review how these electric buses and where the things are supposed to go and all that kind of stuff, and probably a bunch of other things that I don't know, but hopefully we'll learn when Mr. Getchell and Mr. Wynot come. If Annapolis decides at that point in time, after we've got our fingers in the mud pie and understand everything, we still would have the opportunity to join. So would Digby. Now, my understanding from the last meeting is that Digby has decided to just not do anything at the moment. In other words, they're not going to pay. Like us, they said they're not going to pay. But they're going to wait until this transit study, because the other municipal units, as I said, they're stepping up to the plate and getting all the money, getting all the buses. So if we want to join in the future, we can. And Digby is going to do the same. They're going to take a look at this study and then see what they want to do. Now, to me, apart from deciding whether to jump in, it leaves room for negotiation, I'm hoping. And I'm hoping that the other municipal units, clearly I think, want us in, because it reduces the amount of money they have to pay. And I want to do whatever we can to electrify our fleet, but we have to deal with things like who's going to own the buses, because I did raise that question, and yes, even if we had paid our close to $1 million, King's Transit would own the buses. And you know, maybe that can be negotiated. We pay our money, King's Transit owns the buses, but buses are to be used in Annapolis County for these purposes. Or maybe we don't pay as much as they anticipated. You know, it's all, to me, it's hopefully it's wide open and something can be negotiated. And if we don't like the result of the negotiations, we don't come in. But so that's kind of where we are, and the real answers are going to be when Mr. Getchell and Mr. Wynot get here, rather than going through the filter of my understanding, which might be incorrect. So that's about all I can say at this point in time. Councilor Barrow?
Just need reinforcement of what our contractual commitments are now. Are we running on a daily contract that doesn't apply to us at the moment necessarily? I guess the reason for asking that is potentially going down the road, and if we don't get into electric buses, are they going to up our user fees accordingly and just get money from us in the back door? You know, what's in the contract? What can they do? What are we committed to pay? And if we do break away for some reason and negotiate with another source and have that mutual connection for schedules of some frequency, then what does that happen? And we basically pay our own bus for buses. That we can take those with us and we get what we paid for the new bus, not the whole handoff. So there's a lot of questions as we go forward, no matter which way we go, and what is going to be downloaded on us for fees. You know, and if we don't have our ducks in line and haven't researched ahead of time, when the time comes, it's kind of a monopoly thing that they're going to say, well, you owe us so much. But I just want to know where all those figures are going to filter down from. And like I said, there's a meeting coming up that we get some of those questions can be answered, but maybe they don't want answers. Other buckets, treat us like a mushroom. You know what I mean?
If I could try to respond to that. Back in 2012, there was an agreement with respect to between Annapolis County and King's Transit with respect to transit. 2012. And that contract had a specific clause in it that said this agreement ends in 2012. It's over. It's not a question of, it was very clear. It was only for 6 months. It came in at the beginning of 2012 and it ended in 2012. And since that time, it's my understanding, without having been here myself, maybe some councillors who were around the table more than me, that what was agreed to in that expired 2012 contract has been followed through in the last 10 years, as though it was a lie. No, Councillor Connell, do I have it wrong? Can you help me out?
We never agreed on paying anything toward their building. We agreed on paying them a valued price for repairs. So if they quoted us $95 an hour to redo repairs on our buses, that's what we paid. We never agreed, that's why we didn't want to join them at the time, because they bought an old garage station at a Chev dealership that decided the garage was beyond its use. And we said we didn't want to have to refurbish that whole building at the cost it would cost. So at the time, they said, no, we'll charge you guys a set price for the servicing of your buses. But since then, coming back on council in the last 2 years, I learned that all of a sudden we were giving hundreds of thousands of dollars toward the building cost, plus paying them a service rate for servicing our vehicles. Plus, Annapolis County, they always came down to their presentations, but Annapolis County Council chose what bus they wanted, not what King's Transit wanted. We chose the bus we wanted for our routes that we felt was applicable for use. Since then, all of a sudden, they choose the bus that they tell us that we're going to have, and they give us what information they want to give us. But now it seems like we're paying building cost, we're paying still for servicing cost, we're paying for buses that King's Transit suggested a few years back it was better to get the old buses from Halifax and refurbish them, and they would get us through the scrape. But I'm sure everyone around this room owning vehicles, the older the vehicle, the more cost of servicing that vehicle. And that's what we've gotten into. We've gotten away from, we went to a smaller bus because we knew we didn't have the clientele using the buses. And it was the same as any fleet company. If you're going to replace a vehicle in 5 years, you might as well buy a cheap vehicle because you're not going to throw it out the window in the end. And that was the theory behind buying 2 little small buses. Was yes, we knew they weren't longevity. We didn't plan on using them for 20 years. We planned on using them for sufficient enough years until the cost of repair was getting up there. Sell them and put another brand new bus in place. But King's Transit came in and all of a sudden talked everyone into buying getting these buses and refurbishing them. And now we got full-size buses running up and down the street with 2 or 3 people in them. And the citizens, as much as they like having the transit, the citizens are disgusted with how many people are riding the buses. So I'm more willing and open to hear them come down and give us a talk. You absolutely hit it right on the nail, the same as I said, is if they buy the buses through a grant they're applying for, it's going to be their assets. Why can't Annapolis County look into that program and say, apply for the funding to buy 2 new buses for Annapolis County? And then we own them.
I raised that. The grant is based, I don't want to interrupt you.
No, but that's some of the background.
Yeah, the grant, this ICIP grant is based on ridership. Okay, the amount of money that you can apply for is based on the ridership of your transit system. So when they apply, they being the Kings County people applied for this grant, they considered the Annapolis County and Digby County ridership to be part of the Kings Transit ridership. Because we're part of King's Transit. That's something that you can argue. But they considered that it was part of, they considered that that's their ridership, and that's how they got the money, and that's why they would own the buses, because of the ridership. And I raised with an email exchange with Mayor Matar, my concern that Councillor Connell, if we did what you're thinking of, which I thought we might want to do, to create our own program with our own buses and apply to the same program or a similar program, we would be told we're out of luck because our ridership has already been used for the King's Transit application. That was my concern. And there was a back and forth between Mayor Matart and myself by email. It was discussed at the IMSA meeting, and the other side is firm in the view that they have the right to include us in Digby in the ridership of King's Transit. So that's where we are, and myself thinking as a lawyer, which I shouldn't do, but we've been going on with this arrangement with King's Transit, as far as I can gather, for 10 years, and there is no contract. Because I asked Mr. Getchell at one of the meetings, do we have a contract with King's Transit about, for example, this deficit? No, we don't. Okay, we don't. So you say to yourself, so why are we, look at these numbers we're talking about. Why are we paying this money and we don't even have a contract? Well, because past administrations and councils have been carrying on a practice with King's Transit where we have paid a certain percentage of their deficit and paid towards the fuel costs and all this kind of stuff in the past. And legally, if two parties carry on a relationship for 10 years, you start to build an agreement, a contract based on the past practice. The thing is that you can terminate it. So I'd like to have this discussion with these gentlemen and find out where we are. And I think we may want to put on the record that whatever contract by past practice we have, we're terminating. And I, like I said, I'd like to negotiate the whole meal deal here and start from scratch and say, if we're going to be part of Valley Transit, here's the way we want to do it. It's a lot of work. Hopefully it'll be part of the pilot project. We'll see the transit study, but I'm with Councillor Connell. What I see doesn't work just from a common sense point of view. So I saw Councillor Longmark first.
Thank you. So I just wanted to just clarify, when you said that a practice kind of over time becomes a kind of an official contract, I go back to the ridership issue, that they've factored in our ridership to help benefit them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So really, like, how does that practice, like in theory, how does that practice contract really stand up so that they can use our ridership? Because we've been ponied all along.
They take the position, and I think it's one that may win the day or may not, that we are part of King's Transit. You see the buses going around in Annapolis County, they say King's Transit on it. Mm-hmm. You know, it's a complicated question. I'll give you the lawyerly answer.
Okay, so I'll go back.
It's a complicated question.
So
they take this position.
Yes.
Okay.
So I go back to 2012 and an outdated contract that expired 6 months later. Why did we gone through several councils to come to present day with no agreement, no solid contract, and just accepting cutting checks at the expense of our common sense? Like, I'm just baffled.
I can't speak for past councils, but this council did, about a year ago, identify this King's Transit as an issue and put the money forward to go into the pilot project to tear it apart and put it back together. So I'm disappointed with the slowness off the mark, because that was a year ago we did that.
I look forward to that meeting.
Councillor Morrison?
If the bid by King's Transit for government funding is based on ridership, and if our ridership and that of Digby are each included in the bid, with regard to the gross number of the application, what is the monetary value of our ridership and that of Digby?
Doug might know, but It's around 20, high 20s%.
24.4.
He says 24.4. I remembered a 27.
So if they didn't have our ridership, they would have to reduce their ask by about 25%.
Correct.
Does that include Digby?
Digby was 15%.
So it's 15 plus 24? If they're, so it's 15 plus 24.
Oh my.
Our numbers. If I may, the project though is in pieces. There's electric buses, there's a garage for them, there's hybrid buses. It's difficult to see exactly what percentage of the assets and benefits we're getting, although they compared it to ridership.
We went through the assets and benefits and what we own and what credit we should get with the lease people. We didn't get anywhere.
So keep all these questions in mind, and let's have a go at it when these gentlemen run. So that's my response. Yeah, go ahead.
And to answer some of Councilor Almar's, Kings Transit has had a difficulty keeping general managers. And every general manager brought something different to the table. Some very strong on it was going back to the Valley Waste issue. It's ours. You guys just keep giving us money. Some of their thoughts were that way. They dictated to what they wanted. And so over the years, with several changes of upper management there, the whole concept has been lost. It's gone right the same direction as Valley Waste. Everything's theirs. We're just a contributor. And there's no contract. They can put these requests back on us, and we know some of the requests we know the fuel's going up. But when I look at, what was it, 160,000 or something for management people? Well, my God, 2 buses? I'll resign from council. I'll manage 2 buses or 3 drivers. If you need an alternate driver, and buy what little bit of paperwork I need for $160,000, that'd be a sweet retirement fund. but just making fun of it, I mean, that's not the answer. I mean, our citizens are paying for this. And every time, it's great for the province to think that we got to work with United States. It's great to work together. We can't be, in some circumstances, it's hard to be a standalone. But every time we get involved with these things, it seems like we get forgot after a few years that we're a main contributor. And if we're not going to be used fair, then we don't want to participate. And they're the ones that get excited about it. They're the ones that are going to get excited that if we send a letter to the funding process there and say, hey, we'd like to apply for funding for 2 buses in Annapolis County, and Kings Transit is taking our ridership for their funding. Well, we stirred the pot. You know the excitement that's going to come out of Kingstown.
I will circulate to council the back and forth I had by email with Mayor Matar, at which I raised precisely that question.
Yeah, like it's a shame. But every time we turn it over, we end up.
I'm hopeful that, I think we have some leverage, Councillor Connell, we have some leverage. I think we should consider writing a letter shortly to them saying that whatever contract you thought you had with us, we're terminating, because the joy of not having anything in writing is there's no notice requirement.
No boundaries.
So, if we terminate it and say, we'll work with you to build something up because we want to work together. But I think we really need some serious negotiation. We need to see if there's something we can work out, and if not, see what our options are. That's what I think. It's big money.
Big money.
Big money. Councillor Ormeyer?
thank you first. And although I was aware of the GMs turning over, we have not been responsible. We're acting without a contract. We have been for 2 years working through other agreements and contracts. Regardless of the GMs turning over, there was an obligation to do better by the citizens and their money. We just can't let and continue to let that kind of stuff just be accepted. And yes, a year ago, we were starting to ask questions, and grateful that hopefully we're going to have this meeting happen and there's going to be a ton of questions. We've been taken advantage of. And because of it, the citizens have been taken advantage of. We needed a contract. I would like to think that we all agree we needed a contract.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. I'm disappointed that we've come 10 years later to try and find that contract. Just wanted to say that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Deputy Warden.
Thank you so much. Long before a year ago, we've been asking questions. A lot of us have been asking questions since we've been here, and I know before I was here, people were asking questions about our relationship with King's Transit, as well as King's Transit changing their CAOs quite often. Annapolis County in the last few years has changed their CAOs quite often. And when we get a new CAO, of course, new CAOs have different ways of doing business, as we've all found out. Council asks questions. We only get what answers we get. We have somebody that's really that sits there at their meetings, but not a member. So they only bring back such, certain information. But we've been asking questions for years. Why all of our work is done up there? Why are we getting these old buses? Why, what does it cost so much to refurnish it? I thought they were given to us, but yet we get a bill for $150,000 for refurbishing it. Why? We've never really had the answers. Thank you. That's all I have.
I'd like to clarify.
Yeah, go ahead.
Number one, the buses were given. It's just, as you said, old buses need repairs before they go on the road. They go front to back, up and down. So the general cost of refurbishing the buses were set in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. So that clarifies that part. The second part, what I'm concerned with at this moment is the fact that there's a 2-year pilot project that you're sitting on, that you're supposed to be all equal. We are supposed to be all equal. That people have no voting rights. That, to me, is greatly concerning when you're going into buying new electric or hybrid buses for a transit that supposedly is supposed to, with this pilot program, take the whole valley and their whole opinions to come up with a plan how to work it out. But it doesn't seem to be open to all. It's still back to where it was, that you sit at a chair with no vote. Basically, no opinion. You can talk if you want, but it won't make a difference. I'm very disappointed in that part.
I do get the person from Annapolis County who will sit on that board does have a vote on some matters and not others. Doesn't get a vote on matters, monetary matters relating to King's Transit or Valley Waste, because we're not members of King's Transit and Valley Waste. But we do get, when we come to things like governance and things like that, like how it's going to run and what the relationship's going to be, we get a vote.
Yes, but money is part.
Oh, hey.
It's not a second or an afterthought. Money is part of it.
I absolutely agree. And even if we get a vote, we're up 1 vote out of 7. So it's the hand we're dealt, and I'm not going to be around for most of it that's coming down the pipe in this regard. And I think we need to have I'm even thinking we might want to hire a consultant with respect to the traffic issue, and as we go through negotiations with King's Transit, if that's the way it works out to be, we might want to have, remember we had Jerry Eisner with respect to the contract we eventually got with Valley Waste. I think it's an idea to consider to have some proper person, I don't know who it would be, to guide us through what I see to be difficult and exacting negotiations on the future of transit.
Well, if we're not on the King's Transit, then you know it's better.
Yeah, I'm just talking right now about King's Transit. Okay, anything else?
Response from the minister?
A response from the minister. So for the benefit of the public, we did receive yesterday a letter from the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. And this is in response to the letter that I wrote on behalf of Council to the Premier and to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, asking them to put a moratorium on aerial spraying in Nova Scotia, pending a conclusive report with respect to the positives and negatives of using glyphosate in aerial spraying. So I think I'll just read it, and then afterwards, after I read it, I will ask for a consensus of council to put it on our website. Dear Warden Parish, thank you for your September 13th and October 12th, 22 letters to Premier Houston and myself regarding a moratorium on aerial herbicide spraying. I've written a hurry-up letter in October. Well, I am responding on behalf of Premier Houston as well. An approval from Nova Scotia Environment and Climate Change is required before conducting aerial herbicide treatments. Operational conditions such as buffer zones and wind speeds are included in these approvals, as well as notification requirements. In addition to the approval holder notifying the department prior to spraying, they provide written notice to the owners and occupiers of buildings within 500 meters of the treatment site at least 30 days prior to spraying, and they publish in the newspaper at least 20 days prior to spraying. This public notification program also involves the posting of signs at access points, and both the pesticide regulations and approvals describe the requirements for the signage. All approvals for aerial pesticide spraying in a spreadsheet with the site details of each approval are available on our website. It says at the website. We make it a priority to notify municipalities and First Nations when pesticide approvals have been issued for sites in their communities. The department also issues a media release upon issuance of aerial spraying approvals. In addition to issuing approvals, the department conducts audits based on risk and responds to complaints when sufficient information is provided that an approval holder may not be meeting the terms and conditions of their approval or is in contravention of the pesticide regulations. Issues of noncompliance may be reported to the department at, and then gives a number. Only pesticides approved by the Pesticide Management Regulatory Agency of Health Canada can be used in Nova Scotia. The work of that department considers the application method of pesticides. Any questions relating to the federal government's approval of pesticides should be directed to Health Canada. To help ensure the proper application methods, Nova Scotia requires all applicators of restricted or commercial class pesticides to be certified. I hope you find the information on how we manage pesticides in the province to be of value. Should you have any further questions regarding pesticide approvals, please contact Tanya McKenzie. Email questions regarding pesticide management in general can be directed to Don McNeil at her email. Signed sincerely, Timothy Hallman, MLA, Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Copy to the Premier. And Christophe Tremont at West Nova. The Cody Blois, MP for Kings West. The Honorable Jean Duclos, Minister of Health. And two members of the staff of Environment and Climate Change. Questions? Do I have a consensus to put this on our website in response?
I'm certainly interested in that getting on our website,
You
yes.
know, because I think our community was very interested in this and they want to know we've done something and this is the best way. So I'll take that as a consensus. Councilor Longmire, did you
I just wanted to ask a question around the way that they notify the municipalities. Do they send a letter to us, or is just the advertisements in the Reader their way of notifying our citizens?
I'm not personally aware that we got notified after spraying in Hampton and the other areas in the county, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
And that is part of their obligation.
I don't think we have any record that we've received anything, no.
This would have been back in the summer sometime when the approvals were granted.
But it's yearly, right? It's yearly.
It is, yes, I think so.
I think if we'd received a record, my assumption would be it would have been shared with council.
By the way, does anybody know if there was actually spraying in the county this fall? Because I think the time's run out, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't happen.
Well, it didn't happen where the groups were able to tent and prevent, right? They did say at the meeting the other night that the rest of the province, that there was spraying that occurred, where there weren't people attempting to,
Councilor Barrow?
I guess my concern was this weather is like page and a half, and it's really just not telling us anything. We asked specific questions about stopping the aerial spray. They come back and say, well, this is what we do, and you need to talk to the citizens, but that's just avoiding the issue. It's a non-response as far as I'm concerned. And as far as informing the municipalities, First Nations, well, I don't think they did that. There was no report to council. We never received that. So we can call them out on, and then they say, look, at audit. Well, that's only if they get a response back from people saying, oh, you did this and that. Well, and then they, I don't think that there's any reaction or any movement on their part based on maybe they're not getting the feedback or whatever, but they should have the responsibility to manage or ensure that these permits are followed to the letter of the law. You know, and there's numerous cases, and some of this stuff I've got is third-hand information, so I've got to take true to the great zone because I didn't see it specifically myself. But there's already things in here that I do see that the urban environment just, you know, they shouldn't permanently walk away from this. You know, and if somebody comes back with some big complaints and maybe they'll look at it, but I do have a warm and fuzzy feeling about this response. It's, oh yeah, this is kind of what we do. Well, what we were asking was, we want you to do something different than what you do. And they didn't even address that question. They just continued saying, well, you know, this is what we did. You take it. I don't want to just stand and take it. You know, we had specific concerns for health. And our concern was specifically the aerial spraying. There's still use of the product in applied agricultural formats, but aerial spraying, and at the meeting the other night, it wasn't in Nova Scotia, but there was mention of some spraying activities in New Brunswick that just very straight across the highway. They didn't even stop, and somebody's going along with their truck and windows open, and they got sprayed. You know, so I hate to think that that's going to happen here. It just doesn't happen there, doesn't mean here, but it doesn't mean it's not. But where's the follow-up to the requirements of the permit saying that they have to do specific things, they have to document, they have to post where it is, they have to let their adjoining landowners know in a certain timely fashion, they have to let the county know. We know for a fact that the municipality never got the information. So, you know, it raises enough concerns that we need to do a follow-up. We can't just post this letter and forget with it. We would like to take that to the next level and say, you know, don't brush us off. I guess that's my point. And the current groups that were involved with Camden Open, they had a meeting tonight, and they're quite interested in, they want some support, they want to know the county's moving. But these are individuals that's willing to work towards getting that changed. But the only thing is, if you're talking to Deputy with years, how do you push it and get a response instead of put off? I think there's more we can do. And just because they responded to the letter doesn't mean that we should not say, okay, that's the response. No, it's not an acceptable response as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. I spent 6 years writing letters of that type on international arms control and disarmament. And Councillor Bartow is right in that specific questions weren't answered. I'm not sure, I can't remember the specific questions we asked. I don't think there's anything wrong in that letter. It's a perfectly sensible letter that lays out views of regulations and who to contact. The next step is the really important one. If colleagues wish to draft a letter with everything that they want to know, being very specific, then we can keep up the correspondence with the province and the federal, and initiate correspondence with the federal government. If not, we file the answer and put it on the web.
I agree. Well, you can't force somebody to answer a question. You can put it to them, this is the answer we got. So, force the water. So, anything else on that?
Okay.
If not, the next are the councillor comments. And looking at the clock, we've got a few things to do in camera. Are we going to take a break now, or do you want to do the council's comments and then just go in camera? Councillor Barlow?
I just felt that left anyone. Are we going to send more correspondence? Are we going to follow through on this? Just going through that and then saying, okay, yeah, well, if you want to need to be proactive. We have the concern. That's why we sent letters. We didn't want aerial spray. I'm not willing to drop it at that by taking this letter that response from the province and filing on our website. It just seems like we're dropping the ball as much as they can by not answering our specific questions. So is that we're coming with a motion and exactly what we're doing. I just don't want to drop that subject at the moment. Maybe we reactivate the oversight committee, which was disbanded because it was an ad hoc.
Councillor Longmire?
Thank you. There's a lot of education that has to come from somewhere on this, because there's a lot of people out there who are very ill-informed on that practice. And it goes to the way they post signs. If a parcel of land, and if this is the slice they're going to spray, the signs are tucked inside the parcel of land, so you don't see it from the road. There's a lot of education. People are walking these parcels and finding those signs, and they're very much green and white. They really, blend into the scenery. And, it's startling when you learn more about this. I think there's a lot of questions we've got to ask. We don't know what those answers are going to look like, but I think it would be good poor practice not to continue to ask a couple more questions. Because that letter for me didn't answer what I needed to know.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Exactly.
I see the concerns that are being raised, which they are all true. But the province made it quite clear they take their mandate on the feds. So having said that, there is a list of questions, as Councillor Morrison was saying, that could be asked, that they need to be told, and there's a list of things that they can be told that causes grief to the constituents or the people that live where they are. But it needs to be raised not at provincial level only. It needs to be raised with our federal people. So the Honourable Christophe Lalonde would be one of them. And from there to have his ear on things that concern us, as well as, and I mean, it's not going to be just us. It's going to be, after they hear one of us, then I'm sure they hear from other people, municipalities, to see what they can do. And the health requirement of this particular air spraying, and what can they do to step up to change that. It needs to be raised to where it needs to be changed, because the province has followed the health regulations from the feds. So should we drop the ball? Maybe not. We should just gear up to the feds as well.
Councillor Connie? I'm not for aerial spraying, but we have 3 levels of government in Canada to do specific jobs. And it's no different on aerial spraying than it is the argument on the 50-kilometer speed zone. The province has the authority to tell you what the speed limit's going to be. The province is using their authority. I'm sure that there's nobody in the Department of Environment that cares if it's aerial spraying or ground spraying or no spraying. The industry is pushing the fact that it's probably cheaper for them to aerial spray than it is any other way. We can write all the letters we want. We can ask all the questions we want. But we're still going to get letters exactly like that, saying, outlining what they do, how they do it, and what their responsibilities are. And like it was told to me many times, some of the councillors around the table still talk about it, bushes in the ditch. And right from the horses and all transportation. Love for the county to take over the ditches. They can clean, if they want to clean the bushes out of the ditch, they got the money, go ahead. Sometimes it's what you ask for. I'm not saying we shouldn't respond and try to put more emphasis on the fact that it's aerial spraying that we would like to see stop. But again, you beat a dead horse to death. You're beating a dead horse because they have the authority under their provisions of that government level. And I'm not against writing letters to them, but I'm just saying don't be disappointed when you get a form letter back, because we had aerial spraying 10 years in this province ago, when 10 or 15 years when they sprayed over the guy that has the maple syrup farm, Robert Morris. They sprayed next door, the wind came up, and they didn't make any excuses. The wind came up and they were spraying. The spray went over on other properties.
Well, I just...
I'm not, like I said, I'm not against fighting to have aerial spraying stopped. But don't be disappointed when upper government levels say this is what we're going to give you. Give you them answers.
Councillor Ray? We seem to have a number of issues that aren't our jurisdiction that come before us. And I wonder if the more effective use of our time isn't so much writing letters or pushing on upper levels of government ourselves, but amplifying the grassroots organizations that are there. I don't know how you would do that, but that might be maybe better looking down rather than looking up as far as how we want to approach these things. I've got no idea. That's just a thought. That we may have a perspective change we need to make here if we want to be effective.
Well, I guess what I'll do just to bring this to a close, because we've got other things to do, is Councilor Barlow, if you've got another letter or some idea of what you want to do, bring it forward to the committee of the whole meeting. It's in 2 weeks, and bring it before us and circulate it and say this is what you'd like to do. And that's the way this matter came the first time. It came before us that way. So, not necessarily leaving it. You have an open invitation, or anybody else, if they want to pursue this, bring it forward to the committee of the whole. It's 2 weeks away. And set it out as to what you think would be worthwhile to do. And the council will decide what to do. I will say for myself, I couldn't say it any better than Councillor Connell. This was a letter, a very polite letter saying, get lost. We're not going to do it. Said very nicely, and I get it. It's their jurisdiction and the federal government, and we have no leverage. There's really nothing we can do about it. We have to, in a way, accept it. But if Councillor Bartow or council can come up with other letters, maybe some of the people that are referred to in this letter or some other, we're happy to deal with it. So if we could leave it at that, I think we can. So it's 3:30. We've got an hour and a half. We've got councillor comments and then some in-camera things. I think maybe we'll... Welcome everybody. This is the council meeting. We're down to number 7, councillor comments. So we'll start with District 1.
Thank you. Fall has arrived. While it can be a time of wonderful excitement for many, I'm of the belief that this fall may well be a time of extreme financial difficulties for a number of our fellow citizens. The combination of the recent back-to-school expenses, the steadily increasing costs of food and gas, along with the doubling of heating oil costs may well mean a perfect storm of hardships for a number of those who are living in the Annapolis Valley. In addition to our continued support of local businesses and farmers markets, I would like to respectfully suggest that anyone who is able to financially do so consider making a donation to any of our local food banks and or any one of our many wonderful service clubs who I believe will be called upon to assist our fellow citizens who will be in need of help. It just seems that if you listen to the news, if you follow what you hear, the talk you hear in the stores and so on, and the conversation on the street, I think we're facing, and not just us, the whole province, a large part, if not all of the country. And if anyone is able to help and willing to help, I would respectfully suggest that we consider doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. District 2.
I have a fair amount today. I was hoping that the meeting on our strategic plan was continuing on after lunch last week, but because I had a prior meeting that I'd already signed up for. And the meeting I went to, even though the town of Middleton is an identity and municipality of its own, it still represents a fair amount of my constituents. I feel, and that's the argument I've had all along with taking over the community of Bridgetown and owning facilities, is that the town of Middleton is my district. I shop there, I buy gas there, I eat there. So doesn't a lot of other citizens within the county boundary. We had a breakfast meeting last Monday, and they gave us an update on what the town of Middleton had in their plans. So we wrote down just a couple things that are going to reflect to the citizens of the surrounding area of the town of Middleton, which they're county residents. The town's considering or starting the process of putting up a new water tank up at their old site, going up over Gates Mountain where what they call the big swimming pool with the big black tarp on it. They're going to put up a new standalone tower. $4 million. That's why I question the new tank in Granville Ferry. The new tank in Middleton's $4 million. It's not a small chunk of change. It's going to cost us to put up one in Granville Ferry. That's going to help secure the quality of water for the residents outside of the town of Middleton that has Middleton water. The new fire department, town of Middleton, even though it's not a county fire department, their catchment area takes in a fair amount of citizens outside the town boundary. They're getting ready to go to tender for designing or not, the design's already done. They're going to go to tender for starting the new fire hall, hopefully in the spring. And they've got $560,000 left to raise their portion. So those are just two things that I thought that it's an adjoining, well, it's not even adjoining. It's a municipality within our municipality, in which a lot of citizens depend on that. At the meeting, I'll just give you an overview of who was there. Valley Wren was there. ACOA was there. The CBDC, which is Annapolis Ventures, was there. Nova Scotia Business Inc. was there. Nova Scotia Community College was there promoting the college. And what I got from sitting there that day is that we talked about economic drivers within our county. And I think over the years our county's been a little bit dragging their feet on representing anything that's not inside our county, in which some of them are, because Lawrencetown is a part of our county, even though it's a village. We have two renowned colleges that's known around the world, yet we never do a bit of promotion for it. It was very interesting, the gentleman that got up and talked about the community college on what they're doing for the Agriculture Society, what they're doing in other countries, and what foreign students come here. So it was very interesting to see the progress of a community college that has been in my area ever since I've been alive very well. And not knowing how the transformation of what they do today versus what they did back years ago. They talked about different training and stuff like that. So I really think that during their strategic plan, we definitely need to get them in on the ground floor to give us some updates on what they're doing in the agriculture world. They're miles ahead of what the county is, and they're getting funding miles ahead of what the county will ever get. So I think that if we beat agriculture to death with not having the proper people here to give us updates on what's happening in Annapolis County, I don't know if any of us around here, other being gardeners, are qualified to give us an update on how the farming is doing in Annapolis County. I know the Bent Family Dairy Farm, which is in my district on the other side of the 101 when you go up Gates Mountain. I'd be scared to ask what those young kids have borrowed to put into that dairy farm to make it modernized the way it is. Automatic milkers, automatic feeders. Unbelievable. Millions of dollars have been put into that one dairy farm in our area. I'm sure Bishop Farm up here is the same thing. The kids are technology techs. They want everything up. They don't want to have to do the manual labor that their parents did. And I actually see some of the agricultural differences. For many years, the sheep industry died off in Annapolis County, and now it seems like when you're driving around, I see fairly good herds of sheep. So it's nice to see that some kind of the industry is coming back. So People Works was there. The 3 representatives from the Royal Bank was there. They really, all they were there for was to make sure that business people knew where to go, who to ask questions to. It kind of boiled down to of course, and we're not part of it, and I'm not saying we should be a part of it, is that when it boiled down to any question could be called to Valley Rand. And if they didn't do it, they knew exactly which other partner they had to go to. As a business owner in the town, it was excellent, because a lot of times business people were saying, well, where can I go for good information, or where can I go for guidance, or is there money up there for us? So it was very nice to hear all the avenues of how businesses can get help and guidance, no matter if it's non-funding or funding. It was a very good meeting, very well taken into consideration. Like I said, I came down at noon and everyone was leaving, and I was a little disappointed that I thought it was going all afternoon here for the strategic plan, but I'll make the next one. I attended the fire department of Middleton's award banquet, along with Cheryl Mason and her husband. Just a small outing this year because of the lifting of COVID. The fire department felt that they at least should get together and give their awards out. Very nice supper, awards given out, and I spoke on behalf of the council and brought greetings and thanked them for their contribution to the fire services, which our county residents get from them. The Fireflies in Middleton every year give the fire department a big check. And for a small little group, it is a big check. This year they gave the fire department $10,000. Wow. That was just the Fireflies. I think last year was up close to 15,000. They're amazing how hard they work. Going on, I have breakfasts in my areas of representation. Marcusville, they have a breakfast every Saturday, the first of every month. Fort George to December. 2 more, they have them the first Sunday of every month. So if you get hungry on Saturday and you get hungry on Sunday, there's 2 breakfasts. One of the big things I wanted to touch on was the Spur Brothers Farms. 2 councillors, myself and Mr. Prote, Councillor Prote, we share the enjoyment of having the Spur Brothers Farms being a part of both of our districts. They just built a new place in Wilmot. The new site is on number 1. They have a farmer's market and sell their products. They have a tap area because they also sell their ciders, their craft ciders, and also sell bottles of cider which you can take home with you. But they have a complete tap system set up that you can go in, enjoy a glass, try every type. They have a beautiful sitting area out back. They advertise this week. Whoever they got for doing their promotion is phenomenal. They were on the radio this week advertising to get takeout orders at any favorite restaurant you want. Bring it to our place and enjoy a cider and sit in our seating area. Beautiful promotion to every business in the area. They also sell ice cream. They sell donuts. I think Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Saturday and Sunday or something. They have a food bus that comes on the weekend there, which is a Spanish, I think more Spanish food than anything.
Cuban, Spanish food. Caribbean.
Yeah, Caribbean food. Very great spot, very beautiful spot, and I think they're going to do well because, like I said, it's not the older generation Spur Brothers that are pushing the envelope. It's their kids that are still in the business, thriving at making it one heck of a business. So that's all my report.
Well, that's a good report, Councillor. I'm going to take the other side of that and say that there's really not a lot going on in District 3. But Clarence, you pick is in full swing with apples and cider. But other than that, it's been a lovely October weather-wise, and North Bridgetown, Clarence, Port Lorne, Hampton look beautiful this time of year. So I'll pass along to District 4.
It's been a phenomenal fall season with the weather and temperatures. I guess that's good and it's bad, and how you apply your wants and needs. The hunting season coming up, the cool temperature will be nice. But on that note, just bring everybody's awareness, like if you're only walking around through the woods on your recreation, just be mindful that it is hunting season starting this Friday, and you should be wearing high warrants so people see you. It's just a safety factor. I was glad to see the representative to council presenting on the Carnival Ferry feeding issue. I think it's something that we can look into and have more discussions about. I'll just touch briefly on a few things so I won't get too worried. The aerial spraying, there's community groups that are still very active in trying to control that or get the regulations changed a bit. And I thank them all for their efforts, and I know that they're going to continue down that road. It's up to a gathering just the other night with Councilwoman and myself attended, and there's a large turnout, so it shows that their intent is real. continuing on with community volunteers. Volunteerism is very important in this country to look after things like community halls, everything. If it wasn't for the volunteers, there's a lot of things that wouldn't happen. You know, our fire service, we didn't have volunteers, we didn't come. So I'd like to thank all of those groups for their participation in whatever they're doing to support their community. There's many concerns now about the healthcare system and its current inadequacy. I'm not sure how that's going to evolve, but there's some positives as new physicians who come to the area, or actually a couple of Middleton, I think, and that's a good sign. We need to have that continue. And more come in than leave. So it's a good issue. Anyway, please continue to support your local community halls with the fundraising activities, their suppers and their takeouts. And however, you know, they're working on limited budgets, and every little bit helps. And that's what the halls are there for, to support constituents. I hope everybody enjoyed the Thanksgiving activities, festivities, good food. Always a pleasant time of the year. And moving on from that is our Halloween at the end of the month. And I'd like to stress that the local mentions are going to be walking around the highways, and they always have appropriate colored clothes on. Be very aware when you're driving around that their existence on the streets and the roadways. Make sure you go buy your treats, because they're going to be knocking on your door. It's time to get ready for winter too. Now, still waiting for the last minute. I was just thinking today, and I've already got my snow tires on. Maybe a little early, but it was just timing for me. But preparation for safety. Those first storms are usually ones with the most accidents because people aren't prepared. There's a few issues going on in the county that I've had many residents come to me about, and that we will be carrying forward. Is the hemlock, woolly allergy, is it now?
Woolly allergy.
Allergy, thank you. There's a treatment that you can do so we can save some of these mature trees along our brooks and streams and rivers, so that we can not have them falling over and dying. There's also going on to another species, the wall parasite, which is a very toxic to humans' flesh. If you touch it, you can get burned severely, and then it's got a solar effect. If you're exposed to the sunlight, then it can blister, and there's all kinds of nice things that happen. I'm not sure what the county can do to move forward to try to, because this is an invasive species. It can cause problems. I was spoken to the other day by a constituent who had on their lawn, and they couldn't let the grandchildren do it play because they were getting professionals who would come in and eradicate for them, hopefully. Their main concern to me was that how that spreads to the towns and playgrounds. So we have to be aware of that, proactive, if necessary to, and I don't have all the answers right now. There are professionals who do that can deal with it. So there's lots of things to look at the county on all fronts. I'll be attending the upcoming Remembrance Day ceremony in Langbridge Streets for the county, along with the assistance of Councilor Warner for the Annapolis Royal Branch of the Legion. I'm sure other councilors are going to be doing their in other areas. And just a reminder, is it this Friday? The debate about the mapping for the governance for the county in my district, the Granville Center Hall. And I believe that was yeah, that's this Friday, the 28th. So, I'll just bring that to the closing and have them all.
Thank you. District 5?
Thank you. Good day. It's been a busy day here at Council. From District 5, starting with the beginning of the month, October 4th and 5th, we engaged in a tour of our county, and GCPS was our driver and bus, and we had a wonderful view of several areas within our county, and certainly lots of important information was shared and knowledge gained. We were provided with a barbecue by the county, and then on the second day, the 5th of October, we enjoyed Myrtle and Rosie's. We regularly are attending meetings, so I don't go into that much. Winter weather is certainly just very close in our future, so I ask that we all be prepared and as well look after our neighbors if you have that opportunity. Volunteers, as we always talk about, are so needed, and I still see many places advertising for those who might be able to offer a bit of time. Yesterday I had the pleasure of running into a lady in Lawrencetown who made mention of hearing about needs on some of our committees, and so I had encouraged her to reach out to Carolyn Young. Glyphosate, the potluck the other night. I've stayed really connected with the working groups, and so we shared a lovely meal and conversation. I was able to meet even some citizens from my own district who were in attendance, and so much work to be done, but they're a very eager group. Large cross section this time at the meeting, from Campbell all the way down through Digby. All with a genuine interest in taking care of our health and looking after this matter, getting some answers. It's not too late to sign up for the Annapolis County Beauacre Trail Walk on Sunday, October 30th. It sounds like it's going to be a great day for that. So I ask you to look at considering doing that as we finish up the month of October. Citizens are complaining in my district about the ditches. They're overgrown. We are the closest to the people. Of course, I get it on a regular basis. Fishing season, lobster season opened up, and there's large trucks, fish trucks, 18-wheelers. Visibility around corners are at most challenging. Buses, children waiting on the sides of the roads, and so it's really problematic. I've just recently had a few additional citizens reach out to me today about the ditches and their concerns for winter with water. As ditches fill up, they're already full with bush and grasses and alders and everything you can imagine. And so as ice builds up, the water then pours out into the roads, creating extremely icy conditions. There are still lots of tables at the ends of driveways in communities with lots of garden goodies, so I encourage people to take advantage. Of course, as Councillor Bardo mentioned, wearing orange. This is hunting season. It's upon us. It begins on Friday, October 28th, and I am one of those persons, but I will not be in the woods this season. The weather has been outstanding. Rainy days have been warm, but it is so important to be vigilant if you are out walking, that you are in a color that is recognizable. Halloween, of course, is upon us. Children and their families are going to be out on the sides of our roads. Please be mindful of that. The strategic planning that we had attended last Monday was to begin the backbone of some very interesting work. So I thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. District 6.
Yes, thank you. On Sunday, the 16th of October, I attended a gathering of community folks and 50 or so Ukrainians resident in Cornwallis Park at the Annapolis Basin Conference Center. They're finding jobs locally or in other places in Nova Scotia and quickly becoming part of the fabric of our society. I've been in contact with people in other areas of the province with regard to the Ukrainian folks, and what's happening here is happening throughout the province as well. The Annapolis Valley Regional Library has a new Chief Executive Officer, Julia Merritt, who comes to us from Stratford, Ontario. I'm sure she is a distinguished citizen there, along with Peter Mansbridge and Bieber. I and the other members of the Board of Trustees of the Annapolis Valley Regional Library System met her over the weekend, and she will be here assuming her duties early in December. On the 12th of November is the monthly breakfast at the Cornwallis Park Community Hall, and the annual Friends of the Annapolis Royal Library gigantic book sale. The book sale is gigantic, but some of the books are as well, is 9 a.m. on Saturday the 19th of November at the gymnasium of the former Academy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. District 7.
Thank you. Looking at the clock and looking at, we still have the internal session to complete and hopefully be able to adjourn at 5 o'clock. I will only mention one thing in my report, and that is that the Bridgetown Community Development Committee met with Mr. Patterson and I last week here in the chambers, and at that meeting they advised us that they are planning an opening for Queen Street. They have picked December 2nd as the date for that. And I guess they're going to be calling it Lighting Up the Town, okay? So what they're going to be, the phrase that they're going to put to it. Their plans for that day will include a Santa Claus parade. They're going to have a 50-50 draw. There's going to be food and drinks. There's going to be vendors. There's going to be games and prizes. They intend to invite people from across the county, okay? And I guess the new warden is going to be asked to cut up the ribbon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. District 8.
Thank you. District 8 report. Well, I'm wishing everyone a happy Mi'kmaq history. There was a beautiful Treaty Day celebration on October 1st at Ketchimakujik, followed on the 2nd by the launching of a Birch Bark canoe made on site by Todd Labrador. Both days had spectacular weather and were appreciated by all. Milford Harvest Fest was a hit mid-October, and I'm really hoping that we're soon going to hear about the fall flag sale brought to us by the same folks who run the Maple Fest at Milford Hall. The good folks at Foresters Hall in Clemensville have been working hard to raise funds for heat pumps, general repairs, playground equipment, and a digital sign, and a skating pad. The Fall Fest in the Vale raised $500, and they are already taking orders for the Clemensville calendar and memory tree lights. Also upcoming is the Kids Dance, the Monsters Ball. That's this Saturday. November 26th will be a busy day in District 8 since there's the Bear River Winter Craft Fair, the Bear River East Christmas Sale, and the Christmas Market at Foresters Hall. The Bear River Fire Department breakfast on the first Saturday of each month is always a hit. So if you come down early in the morning, please join us there. Councillor toured the county infrastructure, and it was very interesting to learn about the continuing maintenance and processes that the county staff have to go through to provide services to our constituents. I want to thank the staff that hosted us at each location and explained what the particulars of each site were. I'm looking forward to future determinations on how we can best use the available facilities and resources owned by the municipality. I've heard from a number of people across the county about their concern for glyphosate spraying in the county. And I've been busily passing out contacts at the Nova Scotia Department of Environment and Health Canada. People ultimately need to pressure the federal government as well, as they provide the approval for the spray. I attended the Southwest Biosphere Committee meeting, and you'll be receiving my report during the November Committee of the Whole. I have asked the acting CAO about the delay in addressing the motion of council to staff regarding the ecological forestry initiative from nearly a year ago. This inaction has significantly held up the Western Woodlot Services Cooperative, of which we are a member, from beginning to address the trial 30-hectare site in Greywood. I've been assured that this update is forthcoming. It was my great pleasure to represent the county this past weekend at 14 Wing Greenwood during the Meet the Doctors and Nurse Practitioners event hosted by the Mid-Valley Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee. I was pleased to bring the good news story of the afternoon to those assembled, as our council via committee is creating policy to financially support healthcare practitioners moving to the county. We do this by supporting the various hospital foundations present in our region. Last night, I was joined by Councillor Morrison in Clementsville as we attended the first boundary review presentation by our staff. I strongly encourage the citizens of the county to attend these very informative sessions, whereby our clerk describes the process that the county is required to go through, and our cartographer explained the proposed district divisions and how they were created. I encourage citizens to take part in these sessions that were widely advertised by mail and online. This is your county, and this process will greatly affect the future of your council. A quick reminder that the first garbage day in November is the new date for the big garbage collection. And to end, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and safe Halloween. Please watch out for our little ones roadside and enjoy our community spirit throughout Annapolis County. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to catch one of the staff members who go up there. So I'll be right back.
We're at District 9.
Okay. I'm just going to keep it short. I just want to follow up on what Councillor Pro had mentioned in regards to people in need this season because of the economic crisis that they're having, high interest rates, the food costs. And what the community groups are finding is they're lacking in volunteers. And in order to do their fundraising, they need volunteers. They're in my community. They have to cancel a lot of their fundraising because they're lacking in volunteers. So if anybody can contribute as a volunteer, even temporarily, they don't have to commit, but they are in great need. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Several weeks ago now, the Springfield Fire Department, Volunteer Fire Department, held a banquet. And at that banquet, the county awarded long-term service awards. A number of firefighters, but three of them really stuck out in my mind in that they've all been members of that fire department longer than I have been alive. Two of them were for 40 odd years, and one of them was for 50 years. I must say that type of commitment to your community is I'm in awe of it, and I quite literally have no way of comprehending it. And these are three very humble gentlemen, so I won't mention them by name. The community is very aware of who they are, but I thought they should be acknowledged here as well. So that's councillor comments.
Thank you very much. District 11.
Thank you. Well, I'll open up with the fact that the Three Rivers Community Center had their annual turkey supper, which was well attended. And I found that I go by a couple different times and the hall is well lit because there are different people of different age doing dance, doing karate, doing Zumba. I mean, you name it, they're doing it. So it's very nice to see that the hall has been opened again and people are going back out. And for other things that are going on, there's a yard sale as well that's going to go on. And just to check Facebook page, go check the Facebook page of Three Rivers Community Center. There's some activities going on now. The next thing I was thinking about is to say a thank you to Jim and Young and all the different people that toured with us at the facilities, because it was very informative. And some of us we've been wanting to do that for a while, but never did get to it. So we could see what needs to be done, what's in mind, and how do we go forward, and what priorities do we take. So it was very enjoyable with my classmates, council mates. So my first thing I thought was classmates. So it was very interesting to see that. Other than that, everything seems to be good. I had a few calls for things that are happening with roads that Department of Public Works have not done, and they seem to call me, and which is grand, so I can decide. It's like ditching and stuff like that. That always is an issue with anybody in the county. So I hope everybody has a great Halloween, parents and kids. And there's no tutti trees because there's going to be some teachers on Tuesday that will have kids just hide right over the desk. So anyway, enjoyable fall for us, and because it's been beautiful so far, and hopefully it will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unless there's anything else, it's time to go in camera. If somebody would make a motion to go in camera. Deputy Warden moves to go in camera, and is going in camera in accordance with Section 22(2) of the Municipal Government Act with respect to the acquisition, sale, lease, and security of municipal property, legal advice eligible for solicitor-client privilege, and also with respect to personnel matters. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Prout. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion carried. This is the resumption of the council meeting. I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Thank you very much.